Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final day, Sunday, of ACRA 2023, the American Collegiate Rowing Association. Everything today is a final. This is how the 2 days of racing previously has gotten us to these positions. We'll be starting with some doubles, we'll have some fours, and we'll end up at the end of the day with a tradition out of ACRA, which are the varsity eights, men's and women's, where every varsity eight races at the end of the regatta. That representing the top goal, ideally, of the programs that come here is to come and race in the varsity eight, and those tend to be the best athletes in each program. And so we honor them by having them race at the end of the day. But we're going to start. The other thing that we do here at ACRA is that every boat that enters gets to race a final. No one is eliminated, and this is the final, as you can see, just taking off here. This is the C final for the men's double. In lane one, Nyberg and Miller from UC Davis. In lane two, Gaikwad and Johnson from Clemson. Lane three, Herbert and Gresham from Liberty. Lane four, Kosu and John from Boston College. Lane five, Novgrim and Gates from George Mason, and lane six, Meredith and Linval from Delaware. You can see Kosu and John from Boston College out very nice and quickly there. I'm sorry. No, that's correct. That's lane four. And as I noted yesterday, one of them with green oars, one of them with red oars. And that's just an awesome way to look. So we're off here into our finals for the day. The double here, you can sort of see they look like they're slightly at different angles a little bit. I think partly that's just how the how it looks when you get such a great shot from that high up. But at the same time, they're also figuring out in their start work how to keep things even and go straight. So you can actually see Kosu and John, they're going off their course a little bit, but they also then have the buoys to keep them back in line as they're figuring out how to go as hard as they can go and also go straight. So let's see where they are. About a 36 for that lead pair from lead double from Boston College. And then in second right now, we have George Mason, Lovgren, and Gates also moving quite nicely. And their coach, Bob Spousta, legendary, iconic sculler, and very definitely able to teach what he knows about how to move a sculling boat. Yeah, so little steering issues here with Kosu and John. It's something wrong with the tow. You can steer these boats if you want to with a little bit of a tow. The rudder is connected to the toe, usually of the bow. Sometimes you take that toe out and they just steer by pressure. Sometimes they leave the toe in. But you can see some very, very nice motion here into the catch with these two. And big BC across the chest. Now, they're probably then used to rowing on the Charles and having to negotiate all sorts of turns and bridges. Yeah, if you see the way the water is coming off the back of the fin there, and see that they're actually one of them is steering, and maybe a little bit too much. Uh, and so they're trying to figure out how to just stay in the center and hold the center. Nonetheless, they have the boat speed to be able to be out in front easily to try and win this C final. Just probably a little frustrating to them as they're going. But sports is about frustration. In lane 5, we have Lovgren and Gates from George Mason going dead straight down that lane, as you can tell from the path behind their boat on the water. That's 35. And over in lane 2, it looks like Gaikwad and Johnson from Clemson sitting in third. So a C final gives you positions 13 through 18 in the regatta overall. Gaikwad and Johnson at a 33. A nice race here going between lane 1, Nyberg and Miller of UC Davis, and lane 3, Herbert and Gresham of Liberty University. And then not too far off there, Meredith and Linval from Delaware, who trying to push up and stay in that in connection with the crew from UC Davis all the way across the course. See, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous water today. It's just flat. The sun is out. Um, you know, this there was a former rower from Dartmouth in the 70s who local guy who had gone up to Dartmouth, never rowed before, um, came back down home and saw this water and convinced the Tennessee Valley Authority to invest in the first course here. And it's become one of the prettiest courses, I think, in the country. And it's now that they've done some work with it and dredged it, it's absolutely fair. The local folks who take care of the regattas here are awesome. So it's a great place to have a regatta. So again, these are the last races of the college year here for these guys, and some of them, they're seniors, so it's their last races ever as a college athlete anyway. So a lot of feels today on the water, and as they come off, some of these guys, some of these people. So it looks like Kosu and John have settled down to about a 31. Check that again. 32, and they figured out how to go straight. So this is also good. You just see here, and as you see them in shadow, this gorgeous shot, gorgeous image. You can just see the nice hang on the arms, particularly in the bow rower, just leaving the body forward, armpits getting opened up. That means that there's, and sitting up in the core, which means that all of the leg drive moves the handle of the oar, which allows them to lever the boat past that oar. And the more efficient those connection points are, the more that those use body weight and press rather than muscling and pull to try and move the boat, then the better and more efficient that it comes. So they're coming here, getting close to the red buoys. Actually, they're in the red buoys now for the final, which is great. Different shot, we can see they're actually red. The last 250 meters of the course have red buoys. So it's the time that you know you've got to go. And we can see the finish line up there. They're maybe about 10 strokes away. A nice easy victory for Kosu and John from Boston College here in the C final of the men's double. Later in the day, we'll have the B final and the A final. And about 750 or so for them. It's a nice little time. And here we come with lane 5, Lovegren and Gates from George Mason. Second. And lane 2, Gaikwad and Johnson from Clemson. Followed quickly by Herbert and Gresham from Liberty. Pretty good race there at the end. Meredith and Linval from Delaware 5th, and Nyberg and Miller from UC Davis 2nd. So now we're going to go out and pick up the D and C finals of the men's novice 4. These sort of lower finals start the morning, and then as we get through all the D and C finals, then we'll run the B finals and the A finals for most of the boats. So this is the men's novice 4, lane 1 Connecticut, lane 2 Arizona State, lane 3 Wichita State, lane 4 UC Santa Barbara, lane 5 Villanova, and lane 6 UC Davis. And right now we have Arizona State and UCSB battling it out in front. You can see that the buoys are lined up pretty nicely, evenly across the lanes. So you can just look and see whose bow ball gets there first, and you sort of know who's in front. When you watch from the side, there's this stuff called parallax. Um, if you've heard of that, where it seems like the boats further away um, move slower than the boats that are closer to you, and it just sort of seems like the ones that come through. But it's just how your vision perceives the speed. When you see from here, you can see it's actually the relative speed very easily. Even behind here, we can see that. So these crews coming into the 1,000 fairly soon. Again, nice flat water there. So you can see the parallax right there, and those buoy lines are actually all straight, but they seem like they're converging. Also Renaissance art there. So as we come into the 1,000, UCSB in front at 34, with Arizona State 3 seats or so behind them. Then some open water back to lane 1 in Connecticut, still in connection with Wichita State in lane 3. UCSB here rowing at about 32. So relatively low for a final, but they're out in front. They are nice long strokes though, and they're finishing out together, so they're being taught to row well, which is good. Arizona State also, you can see a little bit higher rating here. In fact, quite higher, 40 and 41. They're in the final, so they're trying to get up there. But in the end, the UCSB stuff is just more efficient. So they're able, with a lower rating, to stay in front of the crew from Arizona State, which is also spending more energy just to try and be up there. But still, Arizona State pushing up a little bit. So we'll see if that 40, 41 was some sort of flutter that they took. Let's see where their rating is now. No, they're still up there at 40. They are going. They're just trying to get back into UCSB. We'll see how UCSB responds. They're still at 31, nice and long. Haven't seen anyone look over yet, but they're definitely pulling hard on those blades. Bit by bit here, Arizona State getting back in a little nicely. They're now about 2 seats behind, but there's still a long enough way to go that there's a little price, I think, to pay for being up at 40 the whole way. They're still at 41. This is just amazing. They're just going. Little jackrabbits there trying to get up and just move. But you can see less connection on the water, less power being pushed per stroke. So that's the fundamental math. And now we have UCSB responding, and they're up from their 31 to a 35, moving back out and just saying, not today, not today, Arizona State. So UCSB opening up almost some open water here. So they've taken good boat length in, say, the last 20 strokes as they lifted their rating up. And boat is actually smoothed out a little bit as a result. Sometimes you are able to just keep the boat moving, and they're lengthening about a little bit to 34. So UCSB taking this probably easily now. Arizona State still attacking very hard. And they're up at, let me check that, 43? 41. Now they are in the red buoys, so maybe that's their sprint. A great race going here for third between Connecticut out in lane 1 and Villanova and UC Davis here within not even a seat of each other. UCSB comes across the line. This is going to be Arizona State second. And then we have 3 crews that are going to come in. It looks like Connecticut is going to get third. And then Villanova just barely, UC Davis barely popping out Villanova. And then finally Wichita State coming. So this is the last race, so people are going to lay it down. That was quite an adventure with Arizona State up at 40, 41, 42. Cannot accuse those guys of not going after the race, that's for sure. But a nice response from UC Santa Barbara, who was rowing a nice comfortable 31 and then took it up to 35 to go away. So that was the D final of the men's novice 4, and now we're in the C final, or places 13 through 18. Lane 1, we have Oregon. Lane 2, Delaware. Lane 3, Purdue. Lane 4, Clemson. Lane 5, Oklahoma State. And Lane 6, Chicago. Purdue out quickly. They've been rowing well, the Purdue crews, all regatta. Nice length up into the catch. And they're still up in their starting sequence. Just lengthening out now to a base of about 36 or 37. About astern on Delaware, Clemson, and Oklahoma. Clemson pushing up a little bit of those 3, but nice and even across that. Oregon in lane 1 still in contact. Chicago getting dropped just a little bit. But still, actually, Chicago and Oregon are in the same space vertically, and Chicago pushing up a little bit. Maybe they just didn't have quite the start they wanted, but now that they hit their base, they're going to start going. In the meantime, still Purdue out in front with Clemson pushing up to 2 seats, 3 seats behind, I think. Still some nice connection there. Purdue at 36. Clemson, you can see the white shirt there. That's 34.5. So those two are going to battle a little bit. Still with Delaware connecting a little bit still to Clemson, but Clemson is moving. So if Delaware wants to be in that, they're going to have to move right now. So basically, I think we have Purdue and Clemson rowing pretty much the same speed here. Just Purdue got a little bit more out on the start. They're at 35.5. Clemson probably a beat lower. Let's see. 34.5, 35, just a little bit. So actually the same ratings, just some different rhythm going on in those 2 boats. And you can still see Delaware sticking in there, Oklahoma State sticking in a little bit to Delaware. So there's still some overlap going, but a great race up front here between Purdue and Clemson in these novice 8s in the C final. So novice means they're in their first year of college rowing. They could have rowed in high school. The 3-man from Purdue continuing to look over. Sometimes that's a good thing, but I think what he's responding to is that the Clemson boat is starting to move here now. They've gone up to 37, and they're taking seats. Now the 3-man in Clemson looking over. Why is it the 3 guys who always look over? Everyone else is straight front. And you can see they're digging in here with about 2.5 more minutes to go. They're just digging in. This is the quick part of the race. The quicken, where it quickens, I should say, where it comes together, and this is where the fun of the race is. And you have Clemson just making a very nice move here. You can see on the inset shot that they're now 2 to 3 seats up. Delaware still hanging in there, and all 3, Oregon, Oklahoma State, and Chicago racing within a seat of each other. So 2 really good races going. Clemson now really making their move, almost up about astern. It's nothing that happened. It started quickly, but now it's just trying to inch it out bit by bit. And they're up at 36. Purdue also at 36, but the Clemson rhythm is better. You see they're getting through the water a little bit firmer, and then they have a little bit more of a sense of swing up into the catch. The Purdue 36 looks a little rushed. You can see them trying to get up to get the next stroke a little bit. So they just need a little bit more through the water to move and try and move up with that Clemson crew. And this Clemson move is now almost complete, bow to stern, breaking for some open water. And this puts Delaware in an interesting position because Delaware has been hanging around there, and their coxswain can see the other boat. And right now, Purdue is a little vulnerable, maybe. They've given a lot of energy to try and stay up there. And let's see where Delaware is. Delaware, you can see just starting to pop in there. They're going to run out of water if they want to go. In the second race that we have Chicago having pulled up just a little bit over Oklahoma State and Oregon. So some tough racing going on back there. And it looks like here Delaware's coming up, little crab, as they're starting to push. They're in the red buoys, so we'll see who has a sprint here. Delaware up to 38 and moving on Purdue. We'll see if Purdue has the energy to be able to hold them off. Purdue at 39, Clemson out in front. I still think Purdue's in front, but Delaware is moving hard on them. So we focus in on the finish line here. And yep, here comes Clemson in a sprint, 39, making sure they win. Purdue, oh wow. Let's look. And oh, I just think on the surge, it's going to be Delaware coming through Purdue. An awesome finish to the race. With Chicago over Oklahoma State and Oregon all right in there. A nice race there. So Purdue lays it out and tries to go. They get moved on, maybe make themselves a little vulnerable. Delaware senses it. Maybe the coxswain pulls it up, pushes them through, and just on the surge, I think. But we'll see when the result comes in, whether it was Delaware or Purdue that wins. In the meantime, while we're waiting for the finish line to probably verify that, I'm sure it's a photo finish. We have the C final of the men's novice 8, lane 2, Colorado, lane 3, Illinois, lane 4, UC Santa Barbara, and lane 5, Grand Valley. So again, novices, rowers in their first year of college rowing. They may or may not be new to the sport. They may have rowed in high school. But their first year of collegiate rowing. And this year, for the first time in a couple of years, we also know that there are very few what we would call COVID novices. That is people who might be juniors or seniors who've been rowing at the college level for 3 years, but because they never raced. So when we say the first year of college rowing, it actually is determined by whether they've raced or not. So it looks like UC Santa Barbara there. As we look down here, Grand Valley out in front from the top at a 36.5 with UC Santa Barbara and the blue boat right there, also at 36. Illinois behind them, bow to stern. Illinois at 34.5 and Colorado in lane 2. 33.5. So a good race going here between Grand Valley and UCSB. Both of them you can see almost in sync, catches and finishes out together. You can see UCSB maybe half a beat higher just by looking at when the blades go in and out. And UCSB taking a couple of seats back here at a 35. Grand Valley at a 34. So UCSB trying to move up, and as the drone comes around, you can see that we have Grand Valley by about 6 or 7 seats, which means it's just enough water if they need to. If UCSB puts a move on, Grand Valley has just enough water to react, to see that happen and to react. But a nice move going here from Grand Valley. They're taking another seat slowly, bit by bit, and a great race going on in third and fourth between Illinois and Colorado there. Illinois being up maybe 3 seats on Colorado, and those crews also racing pretty much the same ratings, 34.5 for Illinois. Colorado a little higher at 35.5. I think we have the times now from the final we saw before, and it is Clemson at 7:26, 7:27. Purdue actually got Delaware barely by what is that? 3/100ths of a second. So that's why they had to look. That's exceptionally tight with Purdue 7:32.95 and Delaware 7:32.98. I'm not sure the thousandths count. Even the hundreds are hard to do, but just on the surge there, Purdue was able to get that. Chicago in fourth, 7:41. Oklahoma State 7:43. Oregon in 7:48. That's a great, great tight finish there in the C final novice four. Meanwhile, as we look at the 8 here again, Grand Valley not closing the deal on Santa Barbara. So they got up to almost bow astern, and now Santa Barbara is coming back at them with, I don't know, maybe about 600 meters to go. Oh, no, less than that. There's the 1500 buoy. So they're coming in, and Santa Barbara on a move. We're going to see who's got a better sprint now, because we really are in sprint territory. They've been matching each other in boat speed, but a little bit more momentum to Santa Barbara and a little bit more space emotionally, perhaps, for Grand Valley being out in front. And Grand Valley seems to be going into its move here. They're up to 37. It's going to be a nice race here to the finish from those two crews. UCSB cranking it up a little bit higher. Grand Valley still out in front. No one really popping up amazingly high to see if they can just sprint through, but good hard push all the way. Grand Valley at a 36. 39 now. Sorry, they've gone up. And it's going to be enough to get them across the line in about 6:35. CSB 6 seats back. So a nice race between those two crews. And then we had a pretty good race further back, but it looks here in the meantime like Illinois has surged out in front of Colorado. So they'll be third, and Colorado will be fourth. So now that we've actually sort of sorted people out into their speed, we're going to get some really nice racing like that all day. And it's the last time they have to go, so there's no sense of, do we have to hold on to some energy for the next time? It's just laying out what you have. So we had Grand Valley at 6:36, UCSB at 6:38, just 2 seconds back. That looked about right from the visual distance that we saw. Illinois 6:53, Colorado 6:58. So again, in the land of C and D finals, we have the women's varsity 4D final. I believe this was the largest women's event in the regatta in terms of numbers of entries. So the D final is places 19 through 24, and we have in lane 1 Virginia Commonwealth, lane 2 Oklahoma State, lane 3 Emory, lane 4 Washington, lane 5 George Mason, and lane 6 Alabama Huntsville. I'm only seeing 5 crews here, so maybe Alabama Huntsville didn't make it to the start. And we've got Wash U up out in front. Nice bucket in their boat, the green bow and stern sections. And they were at about a 37 is what I had. Let's check it from this angle. More like 33.5, 34. And they're sitting, bow to stern with Emory next to them. Emory bow to stern on Oklahoma, and Oklahoma 2 seats up maybe on George Mason. George Mason 2 seats up on Virginia Commonwealth. So there's still overlap here, which is nice to see. Nice competitive race going down. Gorgeous, gorgeous drone work here. You can just see what a spectacular space this must be. Almost awe-inspiring when the crews line up at the start and look back over their shoulders. So still a nice race here going for Wash U. Yep, but in the boat, about 33.5, 34, and they're getting pretty much now a full length, I think, out over Emory. But Emory and Oklahoma State coming into a nice battle here for second and third, and still contact across. George Mason's getting dropped just a little bit. Nice view here from about the 1,000-meter mark as you can see them coming in. The second 500 is sort of get yourself positioned, sort of see how tight is this race going to be? How do we have to respond to that? Are we able just to get out in front and push? Do we have to dig in and really go inch for inch with somebody? But this Wash U boat looking very nice. Swinging up together and at 34, and that's working for them. You can see a tight race here going on though between Emory and Oklahoma, with Oklahoma State pushing up slowly over time. So Emory is getting pushed, and we'll see how they respond to that. They still have 2 seats up, so at a certain level, maybe it feels like they can go there, but that's we'll see if Oklahoma State can push into them. George Mason still holding on to the back tail of that. The rowers can't see that, but the coxswain can. And finally, VCU trailing through the 1,000. So that's going to be Oklahoma State with the orange and black. See if they're going to push up on Emory. They're rowing very nice rhythm there going for sure. And they're starting to make a little bit more of a move here on Emory. See if Emory is able to respond. In the meantime, Wash U has broken open and is just going to cruise to the victory here in the D final for the women's varsity 4. Let's make this a race, Oklahoma State. Let's get in there and make it fun. Certainly everyone going the best that they can here in their final race of the year. This is George Mason. Rowing well, 33. Check in on that race between Oklahoma State and Emory. Looks like Emory has managed to push out just a little bit more on Oklahoma State. Looked like Oklahoma State was poised to get into them, but Emory has responded as sitting up bow to stern, which means the coxswain can see them, but the rowers can't sense them next to them anymore. But you can see in the blades there from Oklahoma State that they're trying to respond. Let's see what rating we get. About a 32, 33. And so they're pushing back in. You see Emory not quite breaking open water. If they break open water, then it just becomes easier to stay out in front, harder for Oklahoma State to get back into them. You can see the energy on the Oklahoma State oars trying to get up there. Again, 32.5, 33. Emory pushing hard to stay out in front of them because they can sense them coming. They're a little bit higher, about 34, 34.5. And interestingly, this is bringing them closer. The race behind, as often happens, is bringing them closer to Wash U. And Wash U seeing that and taking a little bit of a move. They're coming in towards we're 7 minutes in, so they're coming in towards the finishing sprint. Maybe they're winding up for that a little bit in the Wash U boat because now they've created a distance, and you can see that Emory has broken open water on Oklahoma State. So the three crews there riding in défilé pretty much in a sort of parade style, with George Mason also hanging off the back of those lead three crews. Virginia Commonwealth coming down as well. So we'll see if any of these crews have a mad sprint. But otherwise, it looks like that's how it's going to go. Emory moving a little bit. They've just gone up. They're up at 38, popping into their sprint. We'll see what Wash U has. A little bit more oomph and urgency now. Wash U up to 37, so everyone's sprinting out. And it's going to finish out that way. Wash U, Emory, Oklahoma State, George Mason, and then Virginia Commonwealth. Great race, though. Further back, you could see in the inset a little bit there. We'll be seeing the women's C final for the varsity 4, University of Nebraska in lane 1, University of Oregon in lane 2, Arizona State in lane 3, the Berkeley lightweights, Cal lightweights in lane 4, Liberty in lane 5, and Vanderbilt in lane 6. The C final here again is for positions 13 through 18 in the regatta. Right now we have Arizona State out in front. Blue boat, the red oars, about a 33.5. Then three crews, very, very linked there. Should be Liberty, the Cal lightweights, and Oregon. And they're in a second tier race in this heat. And then we have Vanderbilt racing against Emory. Southern crews who've probably seen each other before. But for right now, we have Arizona State in lane 4 out in front. I'm sorry, that's lane 3. In lane 3 out in front. Still Arizona State, though. And they're at about a 33.5, moving nicely. Look like we have Berkeley pushing up into Liberty. They've gotten even. And also with Oregon coming on the other side. Three crews probably within about a seat. You can see that heating up in the oars as they're trying to push. Berkeley lightweights around 33.5. Now 34. Liberty maybe taking a seat. They're at about a 33, and then right across on the other side we have Oregon. And again, you can use the buoys to see who's in front. Oh, nice, nice. We come from the other side. You can see just how tight the race is there between Berkeley, between the Cal lightweights, and Liberty, with Oregon right on the other side. Those three crews. Now it seems that Vanderbilt has moved out in front of Nebraska. just a little bit too much racing happening in front of them, maybe to get caught back in. They seem to be rowing the same speed down here, just gotten left behind. Oh, that's a gorgeous race going there. Looks like Cal has gotten maybe half a seat on Liberty, who has half a seat on Oregon. Oregon going after it. You can see how they're swinging up. This is just great racing. By the time we sorted them out into their class of speed, they're about the same. Oregon 37, 38 going up to try and move the Cal Lights. Racing again with Virginia Blades, I believe, have put a nice move here in the third 500, and they're now getting bow to stern. It looks like Liberty was trying to match and has spent a little bit too much energy. And Oregon is taking advantage of that to get a couple of seats, maybe one seat. And you have the Cal Lights just trying to get some open water, maybe. Very nice rhythm going, nice length, very organized rowing. We still have Arizona State, though, very nicely out in front and moving away even more. The overhead drone shots let you see how the body weight is working in there. You can see both 2 and 3 in that Cal light boat leaning away a little bit from their riggers, using their body weight to sort of set the boat. They'd be more efficient if they could swap the side that their body weights are on. And oh, here comes Liberty. They got bow to stern, and now they're coming back. So the question is, did the Cal Lights just spend a little bit too much energy to try and get that length? That's why you have to break the bow ball when you get up there. Because here's this other race right behind them, Oregon also coming back. And so now the Cal Lights find themselves racing back when I think probably emotionally they'd said, okay, we're up, we got our length, here we go. And then these crews come right back at you. So we'll see how this ends up, but Oregon making a nice move here, almost even now with the Cal Lights. Liberty also coming, but maybe 2 seats back of those other two. Even now, Oregon and Cal. So they're going to duke it out, and Liberty's trying to get up in there. Cal now take another seat back on Liberty, but even with Oregon as the coxswain is looking over, and you can see that that move, that gorgeous move by Oregon, has just sort of changed the tenor of the race here. They're now stroke for stroke. Oregon trying to get just a bow ball here, and you know that Arizona State is glad that they're out in front of this. They can see it happening behind them, so they're going to respond, and they're up at a nice 36. They have just better base speed, and they're coming into the finish line soon, so they'll be okay. Looks like Oregon and the Cal Light stroke for stroke. Liberty about a seat or two back. Did one of them have a sprint that we'll see as they come through? There's nice Arizona State coming through first. And Oregon, it's going to be Oregon by about 2 seats over the Cal Lights, by about 2 seats over Liberty. Just a really great move there from Oregon in the second half of the race to put themselves into second place. Then Vanderbilt coming across, and then Nebraska. So now we'll go to the D and C finals on the men's varsity 4. Already going, as you can see in the inset there. Arizona State winning that last one in 8:09. And what we see in lane 1, Vanderbilt, lane 2, George Mason, lane 3, Bucknell, lane 4, UNH, lane 5, Arizona State, and lane 6 in Emory. And right now we have Bucknell out in front. They're at about a 35.5. With Arizona State, who's been racing pretty nicely here all weekend. Ron Khan doing some good work with that program. Arizona State at a 33. And in lane 1, we have Vanderbilt also pushing up, Mason hanging in, and New Hampshire sort of even there with Arizona State. Emory trailing a bit. All 6 crews visible from the 1,000-meter mark here. So again, Bucknell Bison, the mighty men pushing out in front. Apparently I called them mighty men yesterday, and it made the rounds of the team, so let's just make it a thing. Again, Bucknell will tell you when you talk to them that they are consciously aware of being from a relatively, in fact, quite small school relative to some of the teams that they go. So they've got to make everything count. Every guy has to count because there just aren't, they can't go out and find 10 others in the middle of the year. This is a great race going on between lanes 1, 3, and 5. Vanderbilt, Bucknell, and Arizona State. All very well coached programs. UNH pushing back up. Also, you can see the rowing level here is actually quite good across the board. People really knowing what they're doing in these boats. That rowing from Bucknell, just gorgeous. Look at the swing. The 2 boats and 2 oars in that bucket, 2 and 3 moving so nicely together. There's UNH pushing back up. Arizona State. See their stroke leaning away a little bit more than you'd like. But it's moving the boat, and again, we still have these 3 crews, Vanderbilt, Bucknell, and Arizona State, within a seat of each other. Maybe Bucknell getting a seat up on the other 2. Nice attacking rowing here out of Arizona State. And we have New Hampshire sticking in there. Bucknell, again, just maybe now 2 seats making a move, but it's a 1 seat over a couple of meters. That's how hard they're having to work just to get an inch more, inch and a half more every stroke on the other crew. And over time, that adds up. But it also gives the other crews a chance to go. And these Vanderbilt guys are now making a move, digging in. That's gorgeous rowing there. 37 and a half. They're going up and moving. Their coach rode at Michigan and has a very similar racing approach of just attacking more and more and more down the course. Bucknell has seen Michigan a lot, and Bucknell and Michigan race well that way. Those crews going, you can see these crews going out. It's really become a league here. The crews start to know each other, particularly if they're in the same regions and they sort of are ready to go. This is a great race going. Arizona State answering. Now those 3 crews in moving and picking up have sort of dropped New Hampshire, who's about astern behind. And you see Bucknell going after it. And here you can see those rowers finishing right in the middle of the boat. So the boat stays nice and even. No one's trying to use body weight to try and get there. And Bucknell's taken what? Another seat maybe over the last 300 meters. And you have Arizona State and Vanderbilt within a bow ball of each other. Maybe Vanderbilt now a seat up. All 6 crews visible in one frame here. This is just going to be the type of racing we're going to have afternoon. As we come into the finish here, it's going to be Bucknell with an awesome race. Vanderbilt second. Arizona State third. Very close here. Looks like Emory fourth. New Hampshire fifth. So Emory came back through, and then George Mason. But all crews pretty close there. I'm going to say within about 5 or 6 seconds across the entire heat. So no one was just dropped and left out of it. So Bucknell 709, George Mason 711. That Mason? Arizona State 712. I apologize if I miscalled a crew there. I think I was calling George Mason as Oregon. Emory 4th. And here we're going into the C final of the same event. Clemson in lane 1, Vermont in 2, Orange Coast in 3, Boston College in 4, Villanova in 5, and UCLA in 6. Watching from the finish line here, they're about 2 minutes in, which means that they're into the second 500. And we have lane 3, Orange Coast up. The way the seedings work coming out of the semifinals, lane 3 or lane 4 should be up front. It looks here like we have 3, 5, and 1. So the crews out of one semifinal appearing to be a little bit faster. But Boston College still in there. But right now we have Orange Coast and Villanova up front. UCLA hanging on maybe for third out in lane 6, or that could be Boston College. Maybe Boston College by a seat or 2. Boston College would have won their CD semifinal yesterday to have that center lane. This is one of the reasons we have the progressions, is to figure out how to get all of these crews of about the same speed in the same finals. Right now, Orange Coast, very nice rowing here coming into the 1,000. About 35 and a half. And they're through in under 3:30. Then you have 2 even crews there in 5 and 4. Villanova and Boston College, dead even pretty much in lane 1. Have Clemson sitting a few seats back, pretty even with UCLA. And then Vermont, who's trailing, still in contact with UCLA, but it's across the entire course. Their coxswain, though, can still see, and they're pushing to stay up. In the meantime, Orange Coast lengthening out on the field. 36. Packing through here in the third 500. Often the crew that wins the third 500 wins the race. Not always, but it's a pretty good predictor if you can move in that part of the race. Certainly if we're going to look between these two crews racing hard for third right now, for second right now, Boston College and Villanova, it's going to see pretty well who wins the third 500. And right now it's BC going up on Villanova. And another race happening right behind them, and Villanova's actually got to be careful because UCLA is still there and is still coming. So if they put a lot of energy into trying to hang with BC, which they are supposed to do, but maybe just a little over the line, they're vulnerable here. They're also valuable. Everyone is valuable. And we have Clemson on the far side moving up. And as Clemson goes up, Vermont's going with them. So in fact, I think we're going to get quite a race here. BC is managing to push themselves out into second, Orange Coast up and open. And these other 4 crews are sort of going to start coalescing here. A really nice move going on from Clemson out in the far side. And they're now within 2 seats of Villanova. And going along with them is Vermont. Villanova, let's see where their rating is. 38.5 looks pretty high. So they're already moving into a sprint to try and get back up as the crews start to come into the red buoys. It's hard for the Villanova coxswain to see what's happening on the other side. Villanova maybe a seat over Vermont. And Orange Coast nicely out in front. In a sprint at 40, looking good. Boston College in second behind them. Pushing nice and strong to the line. Gorgeous rowing out of that stern pair. And actually two, that bucket looking nice. So there's Orange Coast winning. Boston College second. Great race here. Looks to me like Vermont got into Villanova. Maybe Villanova into Vermont. We'll have to see how that goes. And then Clemson and UCLA. So some really nice racing, sort of pushing up in the third 500 to change the dynamic, the tempo of the race. Orange Coast at 7:02, BC 7:07 in second. Villanova third with 7:09.9. So that's going to give us Vermont in fourth. Meanwhile, we're up here to about a minute into our first grand final of the day, that being the women's single. Lane 1, Alyssa Twopin from Texas. Lane 2, Jane Leff from Northwestern. Lane 3, Reese Anderson from Virginia. Lane 4, Kehlani Doering from Colorado State. Lane 5, Sydney Deaton from Clemson. And lane 6, Shannon Williams from William & Mary. Looks like we have Reese Anderson up in front. Not seeing Jane Leff from Northwestern. So the nice orange, easy to see. Sanderson up front, rowing at about a 31. And she has some open water on Kehlani Doering from Colorado State, but not a lot. Nope. Yes, we do have Jane Leff from Northwestern, just significantly back there right now. Look from the 1,000. And there's Reese Anderson and Kehlani Doering battling it out a little bit. Kehlani coming back on Reese. So this might be an interesting and fun race. Kehlani here at 32. These two both significantly stronger scullers than the rest of the field, but they haven't seen each other yet in the racing. So they've been out in front on their own in each of their races to this point. Both rowing very well. Kehlani saying, yep, I'm here, Reese. And Reese is sort of going, okay, I thought I was out in front. And now there's just this attack coming. You can see Reese responding. Still holding on at her 31. Nice and long. Kehlani here can sense Reese just over her shoulder. Looks like there's also a race going on between Sydney Deaton from Clemson and Alyssa Twopin from Texas as we look back. Great race up here coming in through the 1,000 now. So Kalani said, okay, this is going to be a real race. Let's go. And Reese is saying, yep, I gotcha. And now they're having to push, which is great. We'll see how their training comes up. Both of them staying nice and composed. Reese a nice long stroke, maybe gotten bow to stern again up on Kalani. Kalani had gotten about halfway into her. But they're essentially at the same boat speed here. So it's going to be who can sort of take a little bit of a move at one point, like Reese just did, to get just enough water in there. And then here we have this race, also very tight, harder for them to see, but it's there. So Alyssa Twopin from Texas and Sydney Deaton from Clemson. Now, those two were in the same semifinal. So they have raced each other. They were with Reese. And Kilani like hanging in there. Reese is getting a little bit on her, just bit by bit, a little more composed. Perhaps Reese had gotten out thinking she was in front and was going to be able just to make it work. And then Kalani again made her have to push a little bit. So she's opened up a little bit of open water, a little more comfortable maybe. Here we have Sydney Deaton from Clemson. Straightening out. And she's pushing around 30. And Sydney now with a couple of seats of open water. That feels more comfortable, I'm sure, for her. Kalani gave it a good push. Sydney just a little bit longer in her levers. You can see those nice long arms, so she's able to get out and hang on them. But Kalani is reaching out nicely. Gorgeous sculling here from Reese Anderson. Virginia known for its sculling. In part because for a mostly men's team, the Virginia women are one of the better NC2A programs, but there's some women who do row for UVA, and they've often come in the single here at ACRA and done very well. Virginia also has a quad that's rowing particularly nicely right now, who you'll see later in the day. So Reese out in front, Kalani still pushing nicely in second. Sydney, Alyssa Twopin from Texas seems to have gotten up a little bit on Sydney Deaton from Clemson. We'll be able to check that out a little bit better when we see a side shot. We'll see that at the finish. The thing about the single, it's all you. It is one of those times in the world when yes, it is all about you, and you got to see what you can bring. So Kalani did put a nice charge up in there. Reese was able to answer it, and Reese is going to come away with the gold medal. Coming across to the finish line pretty soon here. Nice long arms, long legs, making for some very efficient rowing. Good job, Reese. Congratulations, ACRA champion. And she says, yes, there we go. Pound the water. Comes Kalani. Oh, you can see the exhaling sigh. Great race from her as well. And it looks like Sydney Deaton has managed to get up on Alyssa Twopin. So Sydney Deaton from Clemson going to be third. Alyssa Twopin from Texas fourth. A great race. And then we still have Shannon Williams and Jane Leff on the course. Meanwhile, you can see the men's single petite final in your inset going fairly well. We'll get to that once this women's race grand final is finished. Give it the respect that it's due. Shannon Williams, and then you can also see Jane Leff ahead of Shannon. Coming into the finish, although Shannon putting a little move there. And it looks like she's just sprinted through. And indeed she has. Shannon Williams from William & Mary and Jane Leff from Northwestern. And now we see the start list for the petite final, the B final, also as it's called, from the men's single. We have Benjamin Archie from Lafayette in lane 1, Mason Phillips from Kansas State in lane 2, John Travnik from Georgia Tech in lane 3, Don Kelly from Washington State in lane 4, Patrick Thorpe from Alabama Huntsville in lane 5, and Wallace Tucker from Colorado State in lane 6. And you can see that 3, 4, and 5 pretty even right now. John Travnik in lane 3, maybe half a seat up on Don Kelly. He also led fairly well yesterday in the in his internal race in the petite final, in the AB semifinal. Sorry. So he likes to go out, or at least if yesterday's racing speaks true. But folks were able to come back at him as well, and there's a nice bunch of racing there. So John Travnik at 30, Don Kelly from Washington State hanging in there. Very nice suspension of the body weight, also at about a 29.5, and those two are half a boat length. And then we have Patrick Thorpe from Alabama Huntsville, also in that hunt, and Wallace Tucker from Colorado State, not that far off. Benjamin Archie and Mason Phillips in lanes 1 and 2, not a part of this group. Again, third 500, and the crews are pushing. John Travnik maintaining his, maybe a foot lead over Don Kelly. See what he's at. And 29, again, very nice and lanky. His long arms that he's able to hang on. Looking over to make sure he's still ahead. He's at a 30.5. Don Kelly right there putting a little move. Looking very, very comfortable from Washington State. So they're looking at each other now as Don Kelly is moving even, or attempting to. That's broken those two out just a little bit. And we have Patrick Thorpe and Wallace Tucker racing for third. And on the other side, Benjamin Archie, Mason Phillips racing for fifth, with Benjamin Archie moving up. But they're not so far back that they couldn't move up into the race for fourth as well. Again, very nice stroke for stroke racing here between John Travnik and Don Kelly. Travnik from Georgia Tech Don Kelly from Washington State. Don Kelly, little bit longer, a little bit lower. He's at 31. See where Travnik is. They're matching speed pretty well. On Travnik at 29.5. Looks like Kelly's now moving just ahead, just slightly a bow ball. He's looking over and seeing his move. Could sit up a little bit more at that finish. He's where his hands are coming through. He doesn't need all of that swing through. But it's working for him, and he seems to have about a foot now on Travnik. Great race going. And John Travnik answering and coming back up. Almost even. Depends on where they are on the surge. Definitely Kelly up by about a foot. Just enough so he can see it. But we're going to see who can sit up and sprint here. And it looks like John Travnik is moving back even. Who's going to start? They're in the red. A lot of these singles coming into the red now. Travnik coming back up in front over Kelly. Kelly looking at him. Travnik sprinting a little bit, taking a seat at about 34. This is where the extra layback that Don Kelly have isn't helping him because he's not getting around and getting back up to a next stroke when he has to sprint. Travnik, on the other hand, just sort of sitting up, getting his stroke and moving now half a boat as they're coming in towards the finish. But we'll see. Maybe Don Kelly has another sprint and can move. And he's going up, but it looks like Travnik getting the blades in. Bringing nicely about 34. Really looking over to try and get the finish. He's both of them sprinting higher now, and it's going to be John Travnik over Don Kelly by just under a boat length. A great race between those two. See what's happening further back. Very tight race here. Benjamin Archie, Lafayette, but it's going to be Patrick Thorpe from Alabama Huntsville, then Archie, then in lane 2, Mason Phillips, and then in lane 6, Wallace Tucker. So those four came across in a great race all the way down the course. So this is the petite final of the men's single. Now we'll go to the grand final of the men's single. As we're going to do these petite and grand finals, we'll just be moving up boat classes. So this is for medals here. And in lane 1, we have Sean Jackson. In lane 2, we have Benjamin Pollock. Lane 3, Victor Corja from George Mason. Benjamin Pollock from Swanee, sorry. Lane 4, Corey Rogers from Texas. Lane 5, Ethan Penny from High Point. And lane 6, Declan Mayo Shanahan from Arizona State. Very good rowing earlier in this regatta from Victor Corja, from Corey Rogers, from Benjamin Pollock. Some really nice solid sculling here at the top end. Looks like we have Corja and Pollock in 2 and 3 out in front here. Again, Victor Corja coached by one of the better scullers in the United States for his age group. One of the better scullers anyway, for sure. He's just been dominant for so long as a Masters rower. Both of them at 32. And just out enough in front of Corey Rogers and Ethan Penny, but they're also racing next to each other. Finally, Declan Mayo Shanahan and Sean Jackson in lanes 1 and 6 and 1 are also pretty tight. Looks like Ethan Penny is trying to push up a little bit. Maybe he's going to bring Corey with him. Not out of it yet, about 2 minutes in. So there's still a chance to see how these crews are geared up and what their goals are, what their race plan is, sorry. Very, very nice sculling from Victor in lane 3. 32.5, 33, very direct blade work, very quiet body. And again, just getting a little bit by stroke over Benjamin Pollock. This looks like a move though here. Looks like an attempt by Victor to take some water. 31, very nice. Pollock responding, hanging also very nice to see those long levers in his arms at 32. But Victor getting his length, a little bit more power coming off those oars. It looks like he's geared up. He looks like he has some shorter oars. So he maybe can get through the water a little quicker, maybe fitting his body size better. So he's gotten his length, but he's not breaking away. And then we can see this great race going on for third for the bronze medal between Corey Rogers and Ethan Penny. They're stroke for stroke even. So in fact, that means that Benjamin Pollock needs to be careful because those two racing on the far side, and we've seen Corey Rogers show some speed earlier in this regatta, could move them back into it. In the third 500. And Victor Korja moving out in front. Just gorgeous rowing. Meanwhile, this race between Corey Rogers of Texas and Ethan Penny from High Point is going to move them back in because Corey Rogers is being assertive and aggressive, and Ethan Penny is going right with him. And slowly now they have contact with Benjamin Pollock. They may or may not be able to tell that, but they're moving then slowly. So Benjamin pushed hard to try and stay with Victor Korja, but now there's this other race coming, which is going to maybe race Corey Rogers and Ethan Penny right back up into Ben or Benjamin. It's a great race there side by side. Very composed rowing out of both of them. Looking forward, hanging, pressing. They know the other one's there. If you don't know where the other crews are in a single, you're not going to race well. Korja out in front. Benjamin Pollock still able to keep about a length up on Corey Rogers or so. Yeah, Victor Korja now has this firmly under control. But he's still going one. It's the final. And on top of that, he's got 3 boats behind him racing very hard for hardware. Very nice move here going from Benjamin Pollock. He's attacking. 33. And he's keeping his length up on Corey Rogers, Ethan Penny, who are absolutely bow ball to bow ball. Not only that, but stroke for stroke, the catches and the finishes right together. And they're getting the same run. Ethan Penny just barely sticking his bow ball out in front, almost getting it into Benjamin Pollock. This is now just a full out sprint. Corey looking over his shoulder, sees Benjamin, takes his rating up. But it's still Victor Korja out in front there. Gorgeous sculling. Benjamin Pollock has gotten a little bit of open water, but here they go. Those sprints you can see from Corey and Ethan. One of them is going to come away with a medal. Right now it looks like Corey taking about a seat. Rating up a little higher at 40. Trying to sprint into the finish. And you can see Sean Jackson from Clarkson still sort of back there. Victor Korja is going to win this. National champion in the men's single. 35.5. Korja the victor, gold medal. Very nicely done. Set himself out in front of this very tight race. Actually, wow. I said that Sean Jackson was getting in there, but he had moved himself way back up into that. We'll have to wait and see the result. Very definitely Benjamin Pollock second, but third between Corey Rogers, who I think it was, then Ethan Penny, then Sean Jackson, and we will see the result as it comes up. Finally, Declan Mayo Shanahan from Arizona State coming across the line. Tight enough results that the referees are probably double checking the finish order. They have referees on the finish line who just worry about the order, just worry about what lane and what order, and they call it out so that people hear it. Referee communicating something to the finish tower. But let's go and see the next race, also a grand final underway, the women's double. We have lane 1 from Texas, Baldwin and Sheehan. Lane 2, Kleckner and Danner from Pittsburgh. Lane 3, Hopkins and Fox from Gordon College, who are out in front. Lane 4, Sloma and Carper from Washington State, currently in second. Lane 5, Bukowski and Culbertson from New Hampshire, and lane 6, Jean and Creel from Northwestern State. As I said, as we pass through those crews, we have Hopkins and Fox out in front from Gordon College, followed by Sloma and Carper from Washington State, and then Bukowski and Culbertson from UNH. Those three have sort of pushed themselves out, each of them in their own space, but there's a great race going on here between Texas and Pittsburgh in lanes 1 and 2. Right now, Kleckner and Danner getting the better of it, but Baldwin and Sheehan still hanging in there. Grand final in the double for the women. The second women's grand final of the day. We had the single, and now we have the double. So very nice rowing by Hopkins and Fox from Gordon College. Blue over there on the right of your screen. I again remember watching these two row yesterday. Very nice motion together, very nice matched angles, press together. So here we see this sculling very nicely here from Washington State, who is in second, racing with New Hampshire right next to them. These two sort of marking each other. The way that the double or the scullers are rigged is to have their left hand slightly higher than their right hand. And sometimes, and as you drive, you've got to actually tuck them into each other to be as close as they can in height. Sometimes one hand comes up, and they were seeing a little bit of that out of Washington State, but they've now fixed it. So we do here have Gordon College out in front very nicely, but a nice race for silver going between Washington State and New Hampshire. New Hampshire making a little move here, trying to come back in. They were sitting more bow to stern. Not quite steering straight though. So all this extra work ends up not getting them the seat that they probably could have taken. Still hanging in there and pushing up. Bosky and Culbertson from New Hampshire trying to put a move here on Sloman Carper from Washington State. A little more boat speed in the UNH boat, but not a huge difference. So Washington State also hanging there. You can see a nice attacking drive here in the near boat from UNH. But Sloman Carper from Washington State managing to hold off. See if UNH can keep moving just a little bit. They're closing just a little bit. They get a little bit further up and their bowwoman will be able to sort of sense the other crew right on her shoulder, which makes it a little bit easier to keep going, as opposed to when you know they're there, but you can't quite see the athletes. Maybe you're seeing the tail of the boat. Some good racing going over there in lanes 1 and 2 between Texas and Pittsburgh. Again, this is great. Here we have New Hampshire getting a little bit more. As I was saying, she can now look over and see where the other crew is, see an actual athlete, not just a boat. And so they're coming. But we also have Sloman Carper responding. A really nice move here by New Hampshire. They're not in front yet, but they're trying very hard to get there. In the meantime, we have Hopkins and Fox from Gordon College easily out in front. 35, sitting up nice and tall, hanging on those arms, and they're going to come across and win the gold medal in the women's double. Congratulations, Hopkins and Fox from Gordon College. Little hand slap, holding on while they lay down, and it's just here going to be Washington State over New Hampshire for silver and bronze. Fist pump. Congratulations, national champions. And then we have Pittsburgh over Texas, lanes 2 and 1. All the crews sitting there at the finish, feet out a little bit. Nobody dangling their heels in the water. Oh, there we go. Congratulations being offered. And finally, Creel and Jean from Northwestern State. Stay with the doubles here. You can see in the inset the petite final of the men's double, the B final as it's called. In lane 1, we have Patokis and Dunnigan. Lane 2, Meyer and Rice. Lane 3, Bailey and Estrella dos Anjos. Lane from Chicago. Lane 4, Capati and Schweitzer from Texas. That's lane 4. Lane 5, Everson Wiles from VCU. And lane 6, Gilligan and Marquez from Vanderbilt. And right now we have Chicago. Bailey and Estrella dos Anjos easily out, pushing away. About 2 minutes of the race, 34.5. Capati and Schweitzer in second, but only maybe a seat over Avis and Wiles. Maybe it's Avis. And then we pop out to lane 1, Patakis and Dunnigan from Orange Coast, who are about a seat up on Meyer and Rice from New St. Andrews, who are even with Gilligan and Marquez from Vanderbilt. So a good race going, but Chicago out in front in this petite final, this B final. And then Texas and VCU in a nice race, it looks like, for second and third. So that has VCU having pushed themselves back up. Again, it just takes sometimes a little bit of shift in speed and you start moving on another crew, then you build on that. And it's not that you're suddenly going through in 10 strokes, but you can sense that you're moving relatively well. And I think that what we're seeing right here is Avis and Wiles from VCU taking over. And that race is bringing them back into Chicago. So now that we have VCU and Texas at a race, it's popping back up into Chicago, who had a nice early open lead. Bowman from Chicago looking around. See, they're realizing they have to go, but meanwhile, Texas seems to have gotten them. And VCU not far off. So this really nice move here coming from Texas. You can also just see lower rating, stronger push, more efficiency. Texas at a 33, Virginia Commonwealth, the bottom of the screen now, the right of the screen at 32, and those have both now moved through Bailey and Estrella dos Anjos from Chicago, who went out very hard and now are paying for that. Again, if someone's in front of you, they're either faster than you or they've just spent way too much energy to be up where they are. Texas scaring the geese, but they train on Town Lake in Austin, one of the busier recreational waterways in the country. So I'm sure they're used to rowing up on things all the time. And this race here, really nice between Texas and VCU. VCU answering, getting even with Texas, and Chicago getting dropped. But the race is 2,000 meters. So gotta have a plan for the whole time. Gorgeous sculling here. Avis and Wiles moving together, hanging together, nice acceleration together. But being matched here by Capati and Schweitzer from Texas. And they're on slightly different catches, so they get slightly different surge in their hulls, but otherwise they're pretty even. Texas may be taking a bow ball there. Yep. As they're starting to come into the last little bit of the race, Texas having put themselves up. And it looks like New St. Andrews is coming through Chicago. And Capati and Schweitzer now lengthening that out to a length. And we have Patakis and Dunnigan from Orange Coast who are also putting a move on. Hard to see right now exactly where third, fourth, and fifth are. Texas setting up. They win this, it'll put them 7th overall. They're at 36. They're being answered by Capati and Schweitzer. It looks like Orange Coast has gotten themselves into third. Put them 9th overall in the regatta. And Bailey and Estrella dos Anjos from Chicago having given it a nice hard push, but they're getting eaten back up now by some other crews. And here comes VCU trying to sprint through Texas. It's going to be a close finish here. I think it's going to be VCU in the last stroke, literally in the last stroke coming through, but we'll have to wait and see the results. VCU thinks they have it. They have arms in the air. Orange Coast comes in third. I think Chicago held off New St. Andrews. And then finally, Vanderbilt, Gilligan, and Marquez. So we'll see the time as it comes up, but we'll have the grand final probably starting anytime soon. And in fact, here they are, and they're off. So in lane 1, we have Brown and Wickstrand from Oregon. Lane 2, Avila and Dowd from UC Irvine. Lane 3, Tengden and Bayer-Jagal from Gordon College. Lane 4, Ausman and Dunn from Southern Methodist University. And lane 5, LeClaire and Hall from Virginia. And lane 6, Tan and Nealon from Vermont. This is for medals. And right now, we have Ausman and Dunn from Southern Methodist out front, but being connected very closely with Tengden and Bayer-Jagal from Gordon College. Let's see where Ausman and Dunn are. About 38.5. And Gordon is answering 36.5. So some good high ratings as we get into a final. Now we have, maybe we caught SMU as they were lengthening out from the start. They're now at 36. Gordon College at 35. And slowly there, we just have Ausman and Dunn from Southern Methodist moving out. That's just some very nice work. You see how clean the finishes are, how relaxed they are. The blades just coming out and off the water. All 4 oars were doing the same thing there. You could see if you looked at Gordon College, a little bit more energy on the finish, and that's not always a good thing. So here we have Han and Nealon from Vermont pushing up a little bit, and LeClaire and Hall from Virginia trying to push into it. But a nice move going here from Tan and Nealon in Vermont in the outside. Again, very, very clean rowing, nice finishes, no pulling any extra water out with them. And they're putting themselves back in contention, as are Avila and Dowd from UC Irvine. So we'll see if Vermont, Tan and Nealon can push themselves up into that. Looks like they're moving a little bit into Gordon College, but with SMU nicely out in front. Yep, here comes Vermont. Have SMU at 35. Vermont pulling even with Gordon College. Gordon College, yeah, even. And that's going to be a great race. Now, it's hard for them to see across with that, but there's this push happening right now in the Vermont crew. And perhaps they're going to be even able to move up into SMU. It looks like they're making contact. They're definitely pushing and putting a move in there. See what happens in this third 500. Still have Gordon College pushing hard, but you can see just in the right corner there out of your eye, Vermont making a move, and you can see SMU reacting to it. Again, that very, very gorgeous sculling from SMU in lane 4. Absolutely matched up. Little nice acceleration. I think they're saying, okay, let's get ourselves out of here. It's a little too rich and right behind us. Don't want to get caught in it. And they have moved up to about 37. Just a nice clip for a double. That's a pretty efficient row. But you can also see even at those ratings that their bodies are staying nice and tight. But you can also see Vermont, the bow man, looking over and seeing, oh, hey, we're catching them. And they're definitely moving. So they've put their bow ball back in. And with them, they're also then bringing Gordon College along. But this gorgeous move from Vermont here. Aggressive, assertive, physical. While you have SMU rowing a very controlled, strong technical race. They're up at 38. And their techniques align for that. I'm wondering if they were a beat lower, a little bit longer, it would help them. But you know, when you're racing, you gotta race. And Vermont still pushing. Not sure they're gonna have enough water here, but you don't know who's got what sprint. And with these small boats, as I said yesterday, you can definitely suddenly change the boat speed. Oh, and here we have Gordon College really getting back in as well. So that's going to drive SMU. They can see this crew right next to them. And yep, I think they've just taken it up again. Still up at 37.5, 38. That's pretty high to hold for a long time. And we have a move coming out of Gordon College. They've started sprinting. Yep, 39. So they're going. This is a medal event. So these are the 3 medalist crews. The question is going to be which colors. SMU managing to stay out in front, but you can see there's still some water left. So we'll see what kind of sprints we get. Just need to sit up and pull it. Gordon College getting in there bit by bit by bit. Vermont finally pulling even here with SMU. And they're all starting to wind up here. They're in the red buoys. SMU still ahead just by a little bit. Then I believe that it's going to be Vermont and then Gordon College, but we'll have to wait and see the result. It was just a little too tight. And you can see just how exhausted they are coming off there. Here we have LeClaire and Hall from Virginia, Brown and Wickstrand from Oregon. And finally, Avila and Dowd from Irvine. It was a great race and a grand final in the men's double. Hausman and Dunn from SMU, 7:23. Tan and Nealon from Vermont pull through to 7:24.1. Tangdon and Bayerjagal from Gordon College, 7:24.4. Handshaking there end of the season in the Virginia boat. Happy with their race. And they were able to come in 4th, LeClaire and Hall from Virginia, 7:38. Brown and Wickstrand from Oregon at 7:41. And then finally Dowd and Avila from UC Irvine at 7:50. So congratulations to Hausman and Dunn from SMU, gold medalists in the men's double. Another grand final on the course. It's going to be the women's pair. Start list is Dobkin and Romick from Georgia in lane 1, Toure and Sun from Washington University in lane 2, Wetz and Giles from Texas in lane 3, Wagster and Gore from Kansas State in lane 4, Statham and Hijawi from UC Davis in lane 5, and finally Lawrenson and Walsh from Lafayette in lane 6. And as you can see, there's some interesting steering challenges going there in the pair. If one rower starts pulling harder than the other, it just pulls them around. So as you go, you've got to go together. Right now, we have Wagster and Gurr from Kansas State up in front. Technically a very challenging boat to row. Got to feel what your partner's doing and match what they're doing. And this race having sort of spread out a little bit. Currently Wagster and Gurr from Kansas State in first, with Lawrenson and Walsh from Lafayette in second, but still in contact with Toure and Sun from Washington University in third. Now those two boats would have been in the same semifinal yesterday, and Toure and Sun came out ahead of Lawrenson and Walsh yesterday. So we'll see what happens as that race continues. But for right now, Kansas State out in front nicely. Final, going after it, 37.5. 37, yep. Not the cleanest, tidiest rowing, but they're up and pushing. What I mean by that is you can see the blades not quite coming out cleanly, sort of splashing against the water. But you know, there are no style points in the rowing results. You can move the boat, you can move the boat. And right now they're just using this rating. They're only about halfway through though, so you then sort of wonder if Statham and if Lawrenson and Walsh from Lafayette out there in lane 6 can just be efficient and move up, because they're not that far behind, rowing about 4 beats under. And if they look across to Toure and Sun, there's also a race going on. Lawrenson and Walsh having a little bit of challenge staying straight in the lane. I believe they were doing this yesterday too, a little bit of S-curving down the lane. Yep, and that's active steering happening with the toe. And what she's doing is so in the bow, she has a contraption on her foot so that she can actually steer with the foot. We call it using the toe. And she's oversteering a bit. So they're going very hard, but instead of straightening out and just holding it, she's sort of going from right to left to right to left. So that gives you this S curve that you're seeing in their rowing down the course. And it sort of connects with that power rowing that they're doing. Could clean up a little bit and they'd go straight. Can't see right now whether or not Toure and Sun from Wash U have caught them. And I think it looks like if they haven't, they're about to. And we still have Lawrenson and Walsh taking a little bit of tour of lane 6, but pushing very hard. If Toure and Sun were to put the right move here, I think it would work, but they seem to have settled out a little bit. It's hard for them to see what's going on over in the other lane. And Wetz and Giles from Texas are just a little bit too far behind them to really give them a push and make them get back up there. So you can see the comparative courses that they're taking in the trail in the water. As Wagster and Gurr from Kansas State just extend their lead. Still rating pretty high. Again, you can see here now multiple crews in a single lane. Not against the rules. You just can't interfere. You don't have to stay in your lane. Wagster and Gurr from Kansas State out in front. Lawrenson and Walsh still in second and still continuing to pound the race, to really, really go after it, which is great to see at about a 34. Still having their steering, but it's not enough yet to just let Touré and Son from Wash University come back. And Son sitting at 35. Lawrenson and Walsh from Lafayette were a little bit lower. And so here you can see actually now Touré and Son starting to pick it up. They're getting into the final stuff. Still, Lawrenson and Walsh have a length on them. It's a whole set of buoys in front of them. As Kansas State, this is Wagster and Gurr in the red buoys, about to come across the finish line. They've been working rating the whole time. They're still up at 38.5. And there you go, gold medals to Wagster and Gurr from Kansas State. Congratulations. And they lay down. And yep, Lawrenson and Walsh from Lafayette, barely over Touré and Son from Wash U. Celebration in the Kansas State boat. No, I'm not quite going to sit up yet, she says. Quite sure who that was. Maybe Wetz and Giles from Texas who came across. So they definitely were driving themselves, that's for sure. And finally, I think that's Statham and Hijawi from UC Davis. Dobkin and Romick from Georgia. So we're going to stay in the pairs here, moving to the men and to the petite final. Lane 1, we have McGrade and Reddy Miller from Vermont. Lane 2, we have Smith and Wong from Virginia. Lane 3, Hopkins and Giron from Orange Coast. Lane 4, Reen and Ahern from Pittsburgh. Lane 5, Malarchik and Klein from Cincinnati. And lane 6, Denfield and Park from GW. And you can see just slight differences in how they're pointed in their lanes. But right now up in front, we have Pittsburgh, Reen, and Ahern very nicely out in front. Love this overhead drone shot because you can see so much. Get ratings on everybody. And you can just see how they're racing each other, which as you can see is pretty tight in the middle. We do have Reen and Ahern up, but then we have Vermont in second, and then a nice sort of phalanx here of Cincinnati, Orange Coast, and Virginia with GW hanging off the back end still. But Reen and Ahern from Pittsburgh making themselves felt and getting out in front here. These crews are racing to be 7th through 12th. Reen and Ahern at 34. Sufficient rating for a pair. Check that again. 32. Sorry about that. Malarchik and Klein from Cincinnati in second. Whitefield in the middle of the oars there at 33. Moving up, and they can look over and see Hopkins and Giron from Orange Coast, but what they can't see is McGrady and Reddy Miller from Vermont all the way over in second or in third right behind them. Although the stroke is looking over, so maybe he is seeing it, Malarchik. So again, there's going to be a great race here to try and get those second, third, and fourth spots. And I'm sure that Reen and Ahern are glad to be out in front of it. Looks like Cincinnati has put a little bit of a move to get up in front. Perhaps looking out of second, third, and fourth race, perhaps looking over was helpful. And now they're deciding that they have to go. And they're at about a 33, and a great race here. This is McGrade and Reddy Miller from Vermont in lane 1, and Hopkins and Giron from Orange Coast in lane 3. And Vermont again making a very nice push here, as they did in previous race in this second half of the race in the third 500. You know that means that that's something that they've been trained to do in terms of picking it up as they keep going down the course. We do still have Cincinnati just barely in front of them. Again, all these buoys are lined up, so you can read when the bow ball hits the buoy line. And we have Cincinnati maybe a seat up on a pretty even Vermont and Orange Coast. Orange Coast having moved back up here. Very nice, efficient rowing. 33.5. Vermont, a little higher, I think. Oh no, 33. And those two crews have moved back up into Cincinnati. Cincinnati's still a little bit ahead, but not so much that it's not something that can't be brought up in this last 500, and they've just gone across 500 to go. So we have Reen and Ahern from Pittsburgh out in front, and we have Malarchik and Klein from Cincinnati maybe pushing out to a seat. Hopkins and Giron trying to answer, but it looks like Reen and Ahern easily into the finish. Yep. Vermont has gotten dropped off of this race as Orange Coast has just been moving up into Cincinnati. Those two duking it out for second, Pittsburgh out in front. Pittsburgh at 33.5, Orange Coast there at a 34. And Orange Coast now right in front of Cincinnati. Maybe a seat. They're starting to sprint. Trying to get in there for second place, and it's working for Orange Coast. They're moving on Cincinnati. Now both rowers in front of the other boat. They're still overlapped, but there's no contact or shores, and they're closing down a little bit with this sprint on Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh easily out in front enough to absorb it. Pittsburgh will come across. Oh, stopped too early there in the stroke, but they still won. put his hand back to get a fist bump, and they still had another stroke to go. Luckily, it wasn't too tight. So Reen and Ahern from Pittsburgh, followed by Hopkins Duran of Orange Coast, and then Malarchik and Klein of Cincinnati. Congratulating the winners there. Finally, in lane 2, Smith and Wong from Virginia. Lane 6, Denfield and Park from GW. About now, we should also have the start of the grand final in the men's pair. This will be a medal event. You can see that they've actually already started. This will be Phelan and Lind from Florida in lane 1, Priz and Rogan from Michigan in lane 2, Sigmund, Warner, and Schultz from Lafayette in lane 3, Urquhart, Stone from Chicago in lane 4, Dudley, Lagarda from UMass in lane 5, and Bonewell and Covert from SMU in lane 6. Right now, it looks like we have Sigmund, Warner, and Schultz out in front, with Urquhart and Stone from Chicago right next to them. And then we have Michigan in lane 2 and UMass in lane 5, pretty even in third. And then just behind them and still definitely in contention, Florida with Phelan and Lind, and SMU with Bowmill and Covert. Lafayette has moved themselves out here very nicely. 32.5, nice and strong. Urquhart and Stone from Chicago also still hanging on to them. So those crews seem to look like they've also around a 32. Look like they're establishing themselves as the contenders for gold and silver. Chicago up at about 35. 36. And Lafayette at 31. Right now, a good race going on between Michigan and UMass still for third, and those other two crews from Florida and SMU are hanging on to those other crews. So again, it's going to see what folks can do. We're not even into the third 500 yet, so we're going to see what kinds of moves these crews have in the middle of the race. See how their conditioning holds out. See if Chicago has gone out a little too fast, maybe, or Lafayette has, and gets eaten back up by the tough racing behind them. But they both look in pretty solid placing. Chicago here moving nicely, 34.5. And as you can tell, those are the two crews that won their semifinals yesterday, so they should be out in front, theoretically, as long as the semifinals were even. Right now, we still have Sigmund, Warner, and Schultz from Lafayette. And they're rowing at about 29.5, 30. Double check that. A little higher, 31. 31.5. And moving out a length up right now on Chicago, Urquhart, and Stone in lane 3. Looks as we're seeing the final four there that Michigan is now getting a length up or so on UMass. That would put them in bronze medal contention. That Michigan boat has not been long together for very long. Small boats get selected in what's called the small boat circus. But UMass looking over and still hanging. A very nice, powerful rowing here from UMass coming through. So that's going to be quite a race. You have Michigan up higher, I think. Like Rusher, they're at about a 36. UMass at about a 35. Here's Lafayette out in front. Sigmund, Warner, and Schultz. Very nice, powerful rowing. Putting themselves at 31.5. Just powering down the course, hanging very nicely in those outboard arms. In the final 500 here. And then you see this great race between UMass and Michigan for bronze. UMass moving up just a little bit right now. The thing is, the referee there, with all due respect, Mr. Referee, should not be pushing up. He does not need to see what's going on up in the front of the race, but he's keeping those two crews from being able to see each other. And now he's pulled back a little bit, letting those crews actually see themselves racing. Often the referees will come up to make sure they can see the front of the race, making sure they're not waking, but they need to also be out of the way. That seems to have happened, so a good catch by the referee, talking back to his driver and asking to be pulled back so that now Michigan can be looking across at UMass and UMass can be looking across at Michigan as they go for the bronze medal. So here Lafayette, Sigmund, Warner, and Schultz. Nice and easily out in front in this pair final. Have moved up. They're still at 33.5, 34, but they're going to take the gold easily. There's a lot of power being put in every stroke there. Pushing hard into the finish. And they will be ACRA champions. Lafayette winning the men's pair. Back to Urquhart and hands up. Little dip there, dab there. Urquhart and Stone from Chicago second. And there was a great race going between Michigan and UMass. Looks like Michigan has been able to sprint out to take third. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we missed UMass coming across the line. I have to check that. Like some UMass. Oh, it is Priz and Rogan from Michigan in third. 7:39. Nice finish from there. Bronze medal from those guys. Dudley and Lagarda from UMass get out sprinted to a 7:45, having pushed a nice race then. Phelan and Lind from Florida, 7:46, almost catching UMass. And then Bonewell and Covert from SMU in sixth. Going back to the results on the men's single, we didn't quite get to share those all completely, and hopefully it'll come up soon. Want to give everyone their celebration. Meanwhile, we'll get back to that later on the men's single. Meanwhile, we have a quad race here. 7 crews across, which is sort of fun. 7 quads here. Texas in lane 1, Rhode Island lane 2, Virginia in lane 3, Grand Valley in lane 4, UMass in 5, Ohio State in 6, and Northwestern State in 7. I'm not surprised right now to see Virginia out in front. They were just sculling so gorgeously, and they're at 36.5, about a minute and a half into the race, leading almost about astern over Grand Valley next to them, in the blue boat. Next to Grand Valley, we have UMass also pushing, so their coach Tony has had watch the pair turn around on his bike and get back up for the quad. Those three have separated themselves out from the field. But in fourth right now, we have, it looks like Texas just over Rhode Island for fourth and fifth. And then we have Ohio State in sixth and Northwestern State trailing. And Virginia just popping away. Coach yesterday, Frank Biller, was saying that he was coaching them the other day and there was, no sound. There's no coxswain. He wasn't coaching very hard. It was just the sound of the boat popping across the water, and it was absolutely matched up. And that's sort of the stuff that sometimes as a coach, you're out there on the water and it's early morning and you just have something really working nicely in front of you, and it's a great way to coach. And again, you can just see some rhythm on the recovery there in the Virginia boat. Grand Valley, some nice sculling as well, putting themselves into second place. They come in from the left here. And you can see that they're working to stay in front there of UMass. And pretty open water. Difference here with those crews, you can see a little bit more hang on the blades out of that Grand Valley quad. Just the body suspending just a little bit more on the oar handle, and very, very nice matching synchronicity, parallelism in the blade work, which is also what you're seeing in Virginia. You are seeing it in the UMass boat, but with a little bit of power in the shoulders. There you go. Now they've softened out a little bit. In this case, softened is actually a better thing for the rowing. It allows you just to suspend the body weight. So these three look like they're going to be the medalists. Quads are pretty stable boats. Once you get them up and moving, boat speed is boat speed. Like an 8, they just sort of get a freight train going, just start pushing them along, and very little variation of speed, as opposed to the smaller boats where you can pick up and move a lot quicker. So this Virginia quad rowing quite nicely. So could keep his knees together a little bit more. Legs are bowing out just a little bit, but it's clearly working. So again, we just have a parade going on here. Grand Valley at 35, having separated themselves now clearly from UMass. Virginia up front, as they have been the entire race. About 5:37, they're in the last 500 here. So these quads shouldn't be too far off the speed of the varsity 8s, though perhaps the 2v8 more than the 1v8. 2v8 being probably more the class of athlete that's in these quads. A nice race going on there actually in the back now, we can see, between Texas and Rhode Island. So those two are pushing each other. Ohio State back and Northwestern State behind them. So UMass trying to push up, you could see, into Grand Valley, a little closer to Grand Valley than Grand Valley is to Virginia. And UVA is just going to come across line. Actually, it looks, if we look back there, as we'll see, like UMass is putting a move into Grand Valley. It may not be enough. Virginia is going to come across first. Gold medals, ACRA champions. Congratulations. And a little pounding of the water. Yes, yes, yes. Some hugs, some hands, and yes, indeed. Indeed, it seems there that UMass came through Grand Valley. Like there was a little bit of challenge in the Grand Valley there, but UMass arms up. Be careful not to flip the boat, boys. Hard to flip a quad, but you can, particularly if you're going to flip a quad, it's probably going to happen after you come across. UMass at 701, Grand Valley at 704. Couldn't quite see what happened there, but Grand Valley was looking like they caught some water or something, and they were on the side of the lane. So interesting to see. We'll see if their hand goes up to protest anything. I'm not saying they should. Couldn't see it, but it seemed like there was some interaction there between the crews, perhaps. We'll see. Anyway, Grand Valley 3rd, URI 4th, Texas 5th, Ohio State 6th, and that'll give us Northwestern State 7th. And congratulations to Virginia, gold medals, ACRA national champions in the quad. Come down the program tents as we go back and have a nice hour break. We'll be back at 10:20 to start the sweep rowing finals, women's novice fours, etc. And so enjoy your break. It's Sunday. Have a nice coffee or something, and hey, read a newspaper. Even better if you have it in hard form. And we will see you back in an hour. of the 4s and the 8s at the open weight category. So these are sort of the big events, if you will. Of course, the sculling that we saw this morning, the small boats we saw this morning, some really great racing. And now we get it just into the larger team boats. So we will be starting out with the women's novice 4s, petite final, and grand final. You can see 5 crews here for the petite final: Virginia Tech in lane 1, William & Mary in lane 2, Northwestern State in lane 3, Arizona State in lane 4, and UC Irvine in lane 5. And right now you can just tell from how they're sitting that the referees have not come and put them under orders yet, though it is a minute to the start. They just have to be locked on. The rule is locked on 2 minutes before. Now you can see they've probably been told to get their points as they're sculling around. Slight cross tailwind. Yesterday it was the other direction. They were having to scull back in a slightly different direction. They passed the oar forward to the other rower in order to get better leverage to just pull the boat around with that point forward, and it looks like they're off. So this is places 7 through 11, women's novice 4. Again, starting sequence, Arizona State out maybe a seat over Northwestern State. And this start speed can vary quite greatly. We have Arizona State up at a 42, Northwestern State at a 38. So that right now could account for the difference in boat speed. But you can see Northwestern State starting to surge up and get back even on terms with Arizona State. Both at about the same rating here, 35.5, 36, having shifted down into the base. Looks like Arizona State is still high there, about 38.5. So different crews use different starting sequences, different ratings, different number of strokes up high. The longer you stay up, if it's not efficient, then the more energy you've put out makes you a little bit more vulnerable when you come. Had some crews race against my crews in the past where they've just decided to stay up until they had a length. And you can tell when they're going to stay up, and you just keep pushing on them, and it's 500 meters before they have the length, and they've just put a huge amount of energy into being up there. And then as soon as they come down, you sort of pick them off a little bit. But that's less and less something that coaches do. They know what there's no miracles in rowing. You don't suddenly pull something out of the hat that you didn't have and that you haven't trained for. One of the things that I like to tell my crews is that there's no Superman rowing. There's no special rowing for race day. It's the rowing that you've trained for. It's the ratings you've trained for. It's the speed you've trained for, and you're going to get right on the edge of it. And maybe you'll go a little faster, but you're not suddenly going to do something completely different than you've trained for. And so we see here Northwestern State having moved into a very nice base, 34.5, and they're slowly taking seats here on Arizona State in second. Arizona State 36.5, and Northwestern State at 33.5. So you can see the sort of difference, just a little bit more power, a little more push at the lower rating. In the end, it's what your hull speed is and how you get that. And there are many different ways that you can combine the variables of that math to make it work. So we have a nice chevron out here, not surprising since they've been through heats. Hopefully when we get into the A final, the championship final in the next heat, we'll see some tighter stuff going on. Northwestern State almost now bow to stern with Arizona State. They are up Arizona State on UC Irvine and William and Mary, who are hanging around the bow, had their bows hanging around the stern of Northwestern State. As they come through the 1,000 here. Oh, you can see William and Mary up a length on Irvine, and Irvine open water ahead of Virginia Tech. So maybe we'll have a race with Irvine to try and get back into William and Mary. Irvine going after it hard, you can see that at about a 34.5. William and Mary here, just pushing the boat along cleanly at 36. And Northwestern State in nice control out front. If they're able to win this, it'll put them in 7th. Here we are over top of William and Mary for a bit. Oldest universities in the United States. Go figure out who William and Mary were. Again, go to Google, but trust Wikipedia more than other spots. Some early American history there. If you haven't been to Colonial Williamsburg, very much worth the trip. Northwestern State here, 32.5. Trying to keep the blades in the water, but you can see they're not quite getting down in. The sort of blades are bouncing up off the top of the water, which means that if Arizona State sort of digs in here, you can see those blades are nice and down and in. They may be able to move back. That just means that the crew up in probably up in Northwestern State trying to take a 10 or something like that didn't quite get the power locked into the water. Now the strokes blade is back down in the water, helping a little bit to keep the boat moving. You still have to stay efficient. Nothing, inefficiency is going to be what gets in any crew's way. Yeah, the rower in 3, very nice efficient blade work. Going in, pushing away, locking in. The stroke, losing a little water there, trying to maybe get the rating by getting the blade in a little bit quicker. And if they would just relax half a beat and lock it all up together, I think they would just pull away. Meanwhile, they're staying out almost for Arizona State to be able to get there, but I think it's going to be a challenge. Then we still have William and Mary bow to stern over UC Irvine. That William and Mary coxswain cannot see UC Irvine. So in these 4s, you often have the bow rower talk to the coxswain so that they know where that is. And William and Mary up at 35. Yep, 35, nice and rhythmic. So good solid racing here from all these boats, but no overlap. So they're all just sort of sitting out there. Again, sometimes I call it in their little bubbles. Sort of rowing by yourself down the course. But definitely giving it their hard tug for the last race of their novice year. They've had a great experience. They'll come back, continue to build their teams up. Coming towards the finish here. That would be Arizona State. I'm sorry, that would be Northwestern State in lane 3, approaching the finish line. We're going to come in around 8:26 or 8:27. followed by Arizona State. And I think we'll see William and Mary coming into it, followed by UC Irvine and Virginia Tech a little bit back. So that having been the petite final, the small final, or the B final, we now go to the grand final. The petite and grand are from the French language use in the Olympics originally. La petite finale, la grande finale des Jeux Olympiques. We used to use French starting commands in rowing. Êtes-vous prêt? Partez. Are you ready? Leave. Or êtes-vous prête for the women? Partez. Leave. Of course, people would go on pray and not leave for the partez, so they've now changed it to just a go, which is simple. And here we are into the final of the women's novice 4. Oklahoma State in lane 1, Middlebury in lane 2, Michigan State in lane 3, Rhode Island in lane 4, Cincinnati in lane 5, Oregon in lane 6, and Illinois in lane 7. Not sure of the story of why we have 7 crews in this final. Normally it would be 6. Perhaps there was some sort of confusion or protest, and sometimes the referees will let that happen. So there must have been some reason that a 7th boat was put into the grand final, but it doesn't matter. Here they are, and very, very clearly here, Rhode Island out in front in lane 4, really moving away. Gorgeous rowing at a 35. So they're well on their way to a gold medal. And that's just a different level of rowing than the rest of the race, the rest of the field. Further back, you can see, looking back here, it's a little bit more bunched up. Seems like we have Michigan State, or Cincinnati, sorry, and Middlebury up racing for second. From this point, hard to tell who's there, with Oklahoma State sort of also pushing up. This is URI in lane 4, I believe. Way out in front, 35. Yep, that's them. It looks like right now lane 2, Middlebury, has pushed up into second with Cincinnati rowing also in contact there. Oklahoma State overlapped still with Middlebury. So they come through the 1,000. Definitely Middlebury in second, and Oklahoma State in third, out in lane 1, putting themselves in a medal contention, with Cincinnati also pushing up. There's some good racing behind this Rhode Island crew that's out easily in front. See Oklahoma State trying to hold on there to Middlebury. Again, very nice, clean rowing, 33.5. See what happens if they can get that up to about 35. See how that would work. Middlebury with the famous cow oars. Love those. At a 34, 34.5. Little bit of rhythm issues there, a little bit of, it looks like the stroke feels she's probably being rushed, is trying to hold the crew back a little bit, but the other 3 are saying, nope, we're going. Sometimes as a stroke, you just have to do that. But this boat is moving. 33. People think it's the stroke who sets the rating. It actually, they lead it, but it's actually that engine room. And you can see that here, 2 and 3 saying, nope, we're going, and this is where we're going, and you're going to have to go. And hopefully the stroke catches up with that and stops feeling that, but strokes often want to try and hold the rush out of the boat. That's part of what they're trying to do. But rating and rhythm really comes from the middle of the boat. People think it's the stroke who sets that, and they lead it. It's like they conduct it if they were in a symphony orchestra, but you know, uh, the rhythm really comes from the percussion section or from the strings. Very nice boat rowing together here in Oklahoma State, 33. Now, all of that said, that power that middle pair and the Middlebury Four is putting down is working and is moving them up nicely, keeping them ahead of Oklahoma State, getting some open water. We have Rhode Island still out in front. Cincinnati, I can't quite tell where Cincinnati is relative to Oklahoma State yet. There they are. You can see they're open water behind. So that's those three crews that are probably going to go take the medals. We would assume Rhode Island and then Middlebury and Oklahoma State. A race going on there with Cincinnati and I think Oregon on the other side. And you can see Oklahoma State sticking its bow up into Middlebury there, trying to push. And the Middlebury engine room saying, nope, you're going to have to go with us. But here comes Oklahoma State moving up, and Middlebury is going to have to decide what it's going to do. You can see a little bit more sprightly rowing there out of Oklahoma State, and they're moving. They're moving. So as they sprint into the red buoys, who's going to get silver? Who's going to get bronze? Looks like Middlebury spent a lot of energy getting up there, and now you have Oklahoma State with the momentum, very focused in front of themselves. We're going to see who comes across first. Can they get in through Middlebury? They're getting even here, and they're even. They're surging. If Middlebury has an answer, the Middlebury women looking over, but it is Oklahoma State that's just going to sprint through and take silver. It's a really nice finish to a race there. They hung around, but it is going to be Rhode Island coming across, gold medals, ACRA champions. Oklahoma State with a gorgeous sprint to finish with silver, Middlebury with bronze. You can see the Rhode Island athletes exhausted as they should be. Came across in 8:03, Oklahoma State 8:12, Middlebury 8:14. There we saw Oregon and Cincinnati come across, Michigan State coming across. Congratulations over to URI from the Michigan State boat. And Illinois, or Oregon, sorry, coming across there. So Illinois was fourth in 8:24, Cincinnati fifth, 8:31, Michigan State 8:38, Oregon 8:52. So that was the grand final, and Rhode Island will go and capture their gold medals, Oklahoma silver, Middlebury bronze. So now we're into another petite final. This will be the men's novice 4. Lane 1, Georgia Tech. Lane 2, Liberty. Lane 3, Boston College. Lane 4, Michigan. Lane 5, Florida State. Lane 6, Bucknell. This is for places 7 through 12. You can see with some more boats behind them that raced in the C final, and I think there was also a D final in this event. You're getting some crews that are pretty close to the same speed. Right now in lane 2, it's Liberty up, and lane 5, Florida State, Michigan and BC, along with Georgia Tech, all even in third, and Bucknell pushing up there as well. Overlap here, 2 minutes in. So they're into their race, and we'll see how this goes. Liberty has had very nice rowing this weekend, 33.5. Really, the skill level in Liberty crew having come up over this COVID break. they've also been huntable, I guess is the best way of putting it in this regatta, going out fairly hard and then crews lifting and coming into them as they put a lot of energy into their front. And it would seem right now that Michigan and Florida State are doing just that, pushing up along with Boston College and Bucknell. Like those four crews in a huge race. And even if you look over Georgia Tech in lane one, still a lot of connection coming in here as they come up to the 1,000. So it's going to see what's happening in the second 500. Here's Florida State now moving up a little bit. Georgia, Bucknell and Michigan going with them. BC getting dropped a little bit and Liberty getting passed. So we have Florida State out in front with Michigan right next to them and Bucknell on the other side. Those three crews leading right now. Liberty still in third technically, but a very nice push here from Florida State and Michigan going with them. Florida State at 35. Michigan freshman at a 37 and starting to move, pushing their bow up in front with Bucknell also going and Liberty hanging in there, but being swallowed up by Georgia Tech and Boston College on either side of them. Michigan now has moved up a length or a half a length into the lead here. This is guys numbers 17, 18, 19, and 20 pretty much on the Michigan novice squad from their 3F, third freshman boat. The other half of that boat was in the novice light 4 that won gold earlier. And they're moving nicely up in front. Liberty's hanging in there, but it is right now Bucknell coming up. Bucknell 3-seat looking over. This Michigan 4 very nicely organized, pushing together. You can see the pickup, and that's what's working for them, also working for Bucknell. Kudos to Liberty. They're fighting back in. They didn't just let crews come up and then sort of give away. Fighting hard to stay in third right now. BC still trying to push up into Liberty, sitting about 2 or 3 seats in head. There's the behind Liberty, trying to move. Liberty holding for third. Regathered themselves and have answered the challenge. Racing at about a 35. Boston College trying to get in there. 34.5. Slowly moving up there. Michigan not breaking from Bucknell yet, but bow to stern. Bucknell 2 or 3 seats up over Florida State, who's even with Liberty. And those coxswains are looking across and seeing each other. Liberty now coming back a little bit. So they had some speed that was getting them out in front. And all 6 crews visible in the shot. They're not invisible. You can definitely see them. Michigan trying to lengthen out just a little bit more to get open water on Bucknell. Bucknell working to hang in there. And Bucknell has a Florida State boat charging behind them and is holding them off very nicely. Very powerful through the water there. Mighty men of Bucknell. Again, some impressive rowing here by Liberty, who's managing to stay in front of BC, who's now coming back up on them. I mean, the Michigan's out in front, barely, not quite open water over Bucknell, but then it goes pretty close behind that. Bucknell 2 seats up over BC, who's half a seat up over Liberty, who is 2 seats up over Georgia Tech, who's even with Florida State. So there's some really intense racing there to the finish. Michigan wins in a 7:15. We'll wait and see what the result is off of the finish line. Bucknell second, totally makes sense, but the rest of it was pretty close. So Michigan ends up seventh here. Boston College, second and a half, 1.2 seconds behind Bucknell. So that was a nice close. And then Liberty 9/10 behind Boston College. Very tight. Florida State 7:21. Which means in sixth we'll have Georgia Tech also at 7:21. So those last three crews in 1.1 seconds. And for places 10, 11, and 12. So now we'll go to the grand final of the men's novice 4, which will be coming off the start. And in lane 1, we have Rhode Island. Lane 2, we'll have Pittsburgh. Lane 3, we'll have Michigan State. Lane 4, we'll have Minnesota. Lane 5, Lafayette. And lane 6, Ohio State. So this is a medals race. And folks will be going out hard. It looks right now Michigan State up. .35. There are always some big guys on the East Lansing campus. And they have water not far from campus. One of the sleeping giants, one of the coaches was saying the other day, some programs that could really, really be fast. Another sleeping giant maybe clearly waking up here is Minnesota, as they've gotten some new coaching in. Scott, their coach, used to coach at Dartmouth. Very, very good, accomplished coach, enjoying working with the guys and just building things. And this, they have a varsity 8 doing very well at this regatta, novice 4 doing very well in this regatta. They have just, he just started in September. So this is just working with what he has and doing really gorgeously. Right now, Michigan State and Minnesota pretty even, 1 and 2, with Lafayette right down there. We've seen Lafayette have some good small boats here in this regatta, racing for medals a fair amount, so having a successful day. And we have Michigan State at 36, bow to stern, bow ball to bow ball with Minnesota. And Minnesota at 37. Gorgeous, gorgeous blade work there. Very efficient rowing, very pushy right at the finish, but building all the way from the catch. And Michigan State also rowing well. Lafayette picking up right in there. Those crews all within a seat of each other. Maybe now we have Minnesota and Michigan State 2 seats up on that, with Ohio State still in contact with Minnesota as well. And then a great race on the other side between Rhode Island and Pittsburgh, also everything in contact. This is what you get in a good solid final. It looks like Lafayette's moving up a little bit. So are they going to be able to push here as the third 500s? They come into they're crossing the 1,000 now. 3 crews still easily able to win the gold, and Ohio State not out of it at all. But a really tight race, stroke for stroke here with Minnesota and Michigan State. Minnesota was a beat higher, still at 37. Michigan State putting a move here on at the 1,000, trying to take a seat, 36.5, and they're getting it. They're getting a seat or 2 over Minnesota. Now we'll see, was it just 10 strokes that they sort of popped into, and now they're going to settle back down, and Minnesota is going to push right back into them? And actually, that looks to me like that's exactly what happens. If you call a power 10, the problem is stroke 11. So if you go faster than you can maintain, then what happens? So that seemed to be a 10 out of Michigan State, and now they're just being eaten up by Minnesota coming back in, who just stayed at their pace. And Minnesota's taking it right back. So they spent all that energy. You can see the rowing falling apart just a little bit, not badly in Michigan State, but they're paying for that 10 that they took. Minnesota coming through back up in front. Lafayette, again, still playing in this, but they're going to have to do something to get up on terms. And now Michigan State has regrouped itself, and we're back into this stroke for stroke race between Minnesota and Michigan State. But those little sort of flutters don't really work once you're up in these 4s and 8s. You can drastically affect the boat speed for a little bit, but unless it's a permanent lift, you can't maintain it. And then you spend a lot of energy and people come right back through you. This is gorgeous, gorgeous rowing by Minnesota. It'd be quite an impressive feat for a new coach to come in and take an ACRA gold in his first year. And that Minnesota boat is just starting to fly. And you can see it in their rowing that they feel comfortable. Oh, look at this. We have Ohio State coming back into Lafayette. And right now that's for third. Lafayette answering. But it looks like the Ohio State blades are doing better work through the water. So we'll see. Michigan State still holding on there, but Minnesota is going to beat their Big Ten brother. Ohio State trying to get up. If they can get up there, then it's Big Ten, bronze, silver, and gold. We'll see if those big schools can do that, or if Lafayette's going to be able to hold up and break up the Big Ten medal sweep here in the men's novice 4. It's going to be a great race to the finish there. Rhode Island still hanging in there on the outside. Pittsburgh having been dropped at this point. But we definitely have Minnesota coming through. Oh, great race here in 6 and 5. It looks like Ohio State just barely going in front of Lafayette. They've got a seat now. Now they've got 2. Very nice sprint going. Minnesota going to come in first by a length over Michigan State. And you have Ohio State closing to get third. URI slipping past Lafayette out in lane 1, Lafayette 5th. Pittsburgh 6th, 5th. So Big Ten honors across the medals here: Minnesota, Michigan State, Ohio State, 1, 2, and 3. Rhode Island coming 4th, Lafayette coming 5th. And Pittsburgh in 6th. So congratulations to Minnesota Golden Gophers and golden medals. So now we'll see the novice 8s, men and women. The novice 8 petite final has 7 crews in it. UC Irvine in 1, Colorado in 2, Georgia Tech in 3, Northwestern in 4, UC Santa Barbara A in 5, New Hampshire in 6, and UC Santa Barbara B in 7th. Or in lane 7, not 7th. We'll see how they finish. So this is a petite final here. Places 7 through 13. Right now we have New Hampshire and Northwestern out in front with Georgia Tech right alongside them. Those 3 crews having the better starts. Then Colorado and Irvine on your left. Pretty even in lanes 1 and 2. Santa Barbara A in 6th. Santa Barbara B falling off the pack. And as they've settled into their base, we now have Georgia Tech asserting themselves in lane 3. About 4 or 5 seats up. Check the rating, 36.5. Nice and aggressive. Next to Georgia Tech is Northwestern, rowing quite well. UCSB is moving themselves up after the start didn't put them where they wanted, sort of moving into 3rd here, going past Colorado on the other side and moving past UNH right next to them. Very nice move going here from UCSB, maybe moving into Northwestern a little bit. So some overlap here. Georgia Tech out in front with Northwestern and Santa Barbara overlapped into them. Very nice blade work here, very nice rowing and rhythm. Georgia Tech at 37. That is an assertive rating for novice women's eights, but they're doing it effectively. Missing a little bit of water. You see the blades go back. Most of them now are catching where they want to be. Body's nice and under control. Everyone's swinging together. So you know the rowing feels pretty good up there. And that's getting them now bow to stern on Northwestern. Looks like UCSB has been moving up on Northwestern slowly. They're within a seat now. New Hampshire coming with them. So a great race for second going on here between Northwestern, a seat up on Santa Barbara, a seat up on New Hampshire, and UCSB making a move here to get even with Northwestern. As we're coming into the 1,000-meter mark, you can see we have Georgia Tech out front, then 3 crews, Northwestern, Santa Barbara, New Hampshire, all within a seat of each other. Colorado and UC Irvine about half a boat back on the other side. UCSB trailing, but giving their good row. Northwestern now open water as they come through the 1,000. Georgia Tech, sorry. Northwestern 2 to 3 seats up on UCSB. UCSB and New Hampshire even. And then still contact with UC Irvine and Colorado across the way. Northwestern, some nice authoritative rowing there. That's what's gotten them their nice move as they've come into this second 1,000. But they haven't broken anyone yet. Then you have Irvine and California and Colorado racing hard on the far side, trying to match each other. You had very focused racing here. Colorado at 35, maybe? Let's check. 35. And they're taking a seat now on UC Irvine. Very nice focused move. Irvine trying to answer. It's fun, and they're at 36. Fun when you're next to another crew like that, really making you push. Again, UCSB maybe 2 seats up on New Hampshire. UCSB currently in 3rd, but Northwestern half a seat up on them. And Northwestern has closed in actually on Georgia Tech, gotten their bow ball back in. Georgia Tech still a length up, but this surge by Northwestern has gotten them in contact. So we'll see what the training is like, what the fitness is like here. Georgia Tech has been racing aggressively with the rating. And they still are. So 36.5, 37. Kind of base rating you see out of some of the better varsity women's eights in this country. in terms of rating at least. And Northwestern also 36.5, trying to push up. Meanwhile, UNH has pushed through UCSB, sitting up about 2 seats with, I'm going to guess, a little bit under 500 meters to go. Yep, here they come into the red buoys. Georgia Tech up there bow to stern on Northwestern. Northwestern bow to stern on UNH. And we have Colorado coming up on the inside, having gone through UC Santa Barbara, and only a seat or two behind New Hampshire. Also possible that the New Hampshire coxswain hasn't seen that move happen because there's enough between her and what's going on. There's still New Hampshire up by a seat or two. Still a couple of 100 meters to get something going. UCSB charging, but UCSB functionally screening that UNH coxswain from really seeing what's going on with the Colorado crew. That said, the Colorado coxswain can't see what's happening out with New Hampshire either, and New Hampshire is now just pushing off of UCSB, getting the couple of seats they need to be in front clearly. But as we come back to the finish line here, Georgia Tech is going to come first. Northwestern, having pushed up into them a little bit, will have some overlap at the finish line. And here is the finish line. Yep, just a little bit of overlap as they come in to second. And New Hampshire putting on a great last 1,000. UCSB barely over Colorado, and UC Irvine right there. Those are the top 6. UC Santa Barbara's B boat, their second novices, will be coming up. And again, you can see crews laying down, finishing their season, high fives, handshakes, congratulations to other crews, acknowledgement. This is what our sport's about. Women congratulating each other even as they're tired. So we'll come into the grand final of the women's novice 8. This is going to be for the medals. We have Purdue in lane 1, Grand Valley in lane 2, Bowdoin lane 3, Orange Coast in lane 4, Irvine in lane 5, and Liberty in lane 6. I think a big deal for the Liberty 8 to make the grand final. Pretty cool. So some growth in that program. Orange Coast here out in front, showing the solid rowing that they've had all season, all year, and all regatta at 35.5. Bowdoin sitting in second. Bowdoin more traditionally known for rowing 4s, but moving into 8s here in the ACRA, which is great and would be awesome if they're able to take a medal. Right now they're in silver position. In third right now we have UC Irvine, 3 or 4 seats up, 5 seats up maybe on the 3 crews that are even, Purdue, Grand Valley, and Liberty rowing for 4th. But 2 minutes in, easy open water for Orange Coast. Again, Orange Coast, 2-year program in Orange County. It's a junior college. So they are a varsity program, technically. They are sponsored by the university, but under the ACRA rules, they are allowed as they are a junior 2-year college, and ACRA is open to varsity programs from 2-year colleges, which is a good thing because their head coach, Cam, is the president of ACRA right now, so doing a lot of work there. 36.5, pushing away. A lot of these women will go on to row their 3rd and 4th years of college in Division I programs. A lot of transfers and recruiting out of these kids. You can show that you can see that they're just rowing very, very nicely at a 35, just pushing away. Meanwhile, Bowdoin establishing themselves in second, also fairly clearly. Irvine fairly clearly in third. Open water between first and second. Open water between second and third. Open water between third and the back three who are still in contact. That's as they come through the 1,000. So Irvine, yep, still some open water over Purdue in lane 1. Purdue is bow to stern on Grand Valley, and then Liberty, couple seats behind Grand Valley, still in some contact. So a little strung out in the race, some boat to boat racing going on in 4, 5, and 6. But Orange Coast showing the pedigree they bring to this racing. So this also means that if you see Orange Coast crews in varsity finals later, these are freshmen and sophomores racing against crews that might have fifth-year seniors in them. But for this novice 8, these would all be, I'm going to assume, first-year college students with good rowing experience, mostly out of the Southern California club systems in Newport, in San Diego, in Los Angeles. And there we go, Orange Coast, 36.5. Very nice hanging rowing in those outboard arms. 37. So they're definitely giving it their all as they go down the course. They're not just getting out in front. They probably want to show the whole regatta how good they are, how much work they've put in. Everyone's wanting to do that. You just see this very nice pickup off the front end of that Orange Coast boat. Not that the bodies are moving perfectly, but they are moving well together. Bowden pushing back up into them. So that's a nice move. Don't know if there's enough water to get in there, but Bowden making a charge, making things more interesting. It seemed like Orange Coast was just had it done. So now we'll see if Bowden can come through. Looks like they sort of caught the Orange Coast crew a little bit by surprise, maybe. But Orange Coast has enough of a lead to be able to absorb this, and they've responded. You can see them responding. You can see those Bowden athletes going after a little bit of a crab there on the port side. Checks that momentum, gives Orange Coast open water again as Bowden tries to regather themselves. They will still come across in second, but the gold medal to Orange Coast, second and silver to Bowden. And that racing got them out in front easily here over the rest of the field. And it will be UC Irvine in third, taking bronze. Then Purdue in lane 1. Orange Coast celebrating there, hands in the air. In lane 2, Grand Valley and Liberty coming across in 6. You see some pretty athletic looking women in that Orange Coast boat. They're sitting up trying to fill their lungs. So then we're coming into the petite final of the men's novice 8. Lane 1, Southern California. Lane 2, WashU. Lane 3, Purdue. Lane 4, Northwestern. Lane 5, Washington State. and lane 6, UC Irvine. This men's novice 8, historically in this regatta, has been one of the most competitive events. Everyone gets out and recruits a good freshman class, either from high school rowers or from guys who show up on campus and want to give rowing a try, or combination thereof. So hope springs eternal every year among the frosh and the novices, because if you just coach them up and you get the right guys, you can go fast in ACRA, which is great. This event has disappeared in the varsity men's ranks. They no longer race the freshman 8. For years, there was a freshman 8 event. I raced the freshman 8 my freshman year in the freshman category. And part of it was that the Ivy League schools had early back a requirement for freshman teams in all sports. So there was freshman football, there was freshman swimming, there was freshman baseball, and then varsity. And freshmen were not allowed onto the varsity squad, no matter how good they were. That wasn't the rule for the Pac-10 schools, and so Washington and Cal were pressing to be able to let their freshman recruits, some of whom often were Olympians, to race in the varsity 8. So you might actually have an Olympic champion in a Washington 8. And that rule has now gone away, the freshman rule at the IRA level. And so that freshman 8 has just disappeared as an event. But at ACRA, walk-on recruits are the lifeblood of most of these programs. So here we have Purdue, probably have very few kids in that boat who rowed in high school, maybe a few, 35 and a half, and nice and out in front easily. They just missed making the grand final yesterday in the semifinals. It was very, very close. So they're out here to show, hey, this is where we belong, is to be among the speed that you're about to see in the next race. Purdue out in front looking gorgeous as they row. And we have UC Irvine up in lane 6 and Northwestern in lane 4, rowing pretty well as well. But Purdue open water in front as they come through the 1,000 in just over 3 minutes. So this is going to put them down around a 6-minute 2K, 6:10 2K. And actually, as we look here, it's the far side, Southern California and Wash U, pushing up a seat or so over Northwestern. Then we have Irvine also even, and Washington State trailing. But so 4 boats here looking for places 8, 9, 10, and 11. Really spectacular race as they found the speed they're supposed to be in. Just for Purdue, there are 7 crews at that final speed, and one ends up in the petite final. Sort of, you gotta make your progression work, and sometimes you're just on the back end of it. But they had a great race yesterday, and clearly going out to show today that they have the speed they have. They won't be letting down anything. They're going to try and post a time. Look at that blade work. Look at that power. Very nice rowing at 36. And they're just pushing away. You know they're trying to pace. You know they're going to be looking at their time versus other people's times to see, man, we could have been 4th. We could have been 3rd. And we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, this other barn burner right behind them, Northwestern, I'm sorry, excuse me. Yeah, Northwestern, Wash U. Northwestern pushing up a little bit. And then Washington University in lane 2, seeing to be in 3rd, just a seat above USC. See Irvine in that as well. Again, you can just see the Boilermakers just charging down the track here. They're up at 38. They are going after this race. Put in all the work they've put in, a lot of pride, you know, in each of those boats. Northwestern now having moved up a little bit. This is great to see a Northwestern novice 8 performing well. Their coach is new, their men's coach, and he was a rower at Michigan, so he has some good ideas about what he was able to do as an athlete in college. And they're taking this lift and moving, Coxon calling for it every stroke, and that's going to get them into second here. Meanwhile, in lane 2, Wash U, and we come back to watch this great row here by Purdue coming in across the line around 6:13, 6:14. Nice. It's actually a really good time for a novice 8. And you can see they spent it all. Northwestern in second, Wash U in third. Very close there between Irvine, I think, above Southern California, and then finally Washington State. So that B final, crews congratulating each other, thanking each other. You'll see that a lot in our sport, congratulating each other over their freshman season. You do this much work with each other and you work together hard every day, and it does really develop bonds of at least friendship. Little fist pump there from the Purdue coach to the Purdue stroke to the Purdue coxswain, and Purdue winning that by 12 seconds. That's a large margin. Clearly, just remember that time, 6:15.5, and you can see where they might have ended up had they been able to make this A final. And the A final in lane 1, we're going to have Orange Coast, lane 2, Virginia, lane 3, Michigan, lane 4, Delaware, lane 5, UCLA, lane 6, UC Davis. And this is going to be another barn burner here. Delaware has been putting out a very fast set of rows. They had some guys, I think, who were racing up in varsity 8s earlier in the season, brought them back down into but they're freshmen, they're novices, so brought them back into this novice 8, and they should have a very, very fast start. Michigan's going to want to go after them. Right next to them, UCLA has had a great season out on the West Coast, so all those crews really going to go after it for sure. Virginia, always well coached. Orange Coast. And here we have Michigan leading off the line. Really getting out, 47, 48. Again, if you're out in front, it means you either are faster or you have paid a big price to get out there in front. Michigan right now, 4 seats up in the start sequence. Orange Coast fast off the line, sitting in second by a seat over Delaware and UCLA, who are pretty even. Virginia also up in that, maybe a seat behind Delaware and UCLA. UC Davis being left right now. So a minute in, we have Michigan having shifted down to their base and in the lead. And they're at about 38, so they may not be fully out in their base. Have they gone out a little too hard? And are they going to be able to be reeled back in by this Delaware crew? Delaware looking very nice. Also, they're at 36.5, 37. And Orange Coast right now still in second, out in lane 1. Michigan and Orange Coast raced each other in the semifinal yesterday. So 5 crews across here. Orange Coast up at 38. Virginia not too far back at 36.5. Michigan still sitting 4 seats up as they're in the second 500. Michigan at 37.5. UCLA, actually it looks like Delaware having moved up. Delaware going to push into Michigan here. If I can get a rating. Delaware at 37. Moving up into Michigan a little bit, making them have to work. UCLA pushing hard right now in third at a 37. So we'll see if Michigan can continue to push away as Delaware is coming at them. Michigan 3 seats up over Delaware. So Delaware's closed a seat or two. They're through the 1,000 in 3:02. Very, very fast. And Delaware closing to within a seat of Michigan now. See who has the third 500 that takes it. I tell you though, both crews under control. And Michigan having been able to sort of regroup a little bit. Delaware having made a move coming into the 1,000. And now Michigan answering with that, taking a couple of seats back. And we have UCLA, and I think it was Virginia on the other side now who's gotten themselves into this race. Maybe it was Orange Coast. And Michigan still a seat up on UCLA, on Delaware. Delaware putting a push here. This is going to be a great race between the two. Delaware very clean. Yeah, it's Virginia who's come up pushing in third on UCLA. Delaware now a seat up on Michigan. Coxon looking over. And Delaware starting to move 2 seats on Michigan now. Michigan digging in. See who has a sprint. UCLA 4 seats over Virginia. Virginia coming hard. Michigan answering now. UCLA still a seat up. Michigan starting to answer, taking another lift and going. Coxon getting even almost. These two boats battling. But Delaware sitting a seat up on Michigan now, half a seat on Michigan. Michigan moving. Michigan stroke looking over a little bit. Michigan getting back even. These two boats are going to sprint into this final. They have about a minute left. Michigan's bow ball going out in front again. Another lift to see if they can move. They now have a seat on Delaware. So Delaware put in that push. Michigan's answered. Delaware digging in. The bowman looking over saying, I don't think so. And both of these crews going up. They're just going into their sprints to see who's going to get it. This is going to be a great final. Both at Michigan at 38.5. Delaware now half a seat up. And they're up in the 40s. Michigan answering. Virginia coming through, coming and trying to get a bronze medal over UCLA. They're just a seat up. Michigan, 2 seats up over Delaware. Virginia, 2 seats up over UCLA. Michigan now 3 and 4 seats up. Michigan sprinting away to take the gold medal. Delaware second in silver. Virginia third. UCLA fourth. That was just some great racing for both of those medals. Michigan arms up in the air, a lot of slapping the water. And then we have Orange Coast in fifth and UC Davis in sixth. What a great race there between Michigan and Delaware. 6:08.3, 6:09.4 in the end, a second. And then going back, Virginia 6:14. And UCLA 6:15. Remember that we had Purdue at 6:13. Time fast enough maybe to have taken a silver medal, a bronze medal, but you got to do what you do to get through to the race. So that means 7 really good crews here in the men's novice 8. Congratulations to Michigan. Champions. Every Michigan boat that's gone today has come across the finish line first. although one was in a B final. So, that just builds some confidence for the other crews as they come along. Delaware having a great race. So now we move up to some women's varsity fours. This is the petite final. Lane 1, Michigan State. Lane 2, Pittsburgh. Lane 3, Chicago. Lane 4, William and Mary. Lane 5, Colorado. Lane 6, Penn State. This will be for paces 7 through 12. Minute to the start. Again, the starter can begin anytime that they choose after the crews are locked on with 2 minutes, and the crews are sitting at the start, so we might say start any moment, and there it is. Chicago, the quick leader, very efficient first 5 strokes off their start, with Colorado and William and Mary right there as well. Pittsburgh also still in there, and MSU right next to them. So right now, about 40 seconds in, they should be settling in to their base. After their start sequence, we have Chicago leading, and then William and Mary, Pittsburgh, and Michigan State pretty even across. Colorado 2 seats back behind that, Penn State falling off the pace. University of Chicago, 32 and powerful. 34, sorry, I got that better, more accurate. 33 and a half. 404, a little low, but they are out in front right now. But William and Mary pushing up on them, also at 34. While very even race there with Pittsburgh and Michigan State. Actually, Pittsburgh a seat or 2 up on Michigan State. Pittsburgh in 3rd. Michigan State and Colorado pretty even in 4th. And Chicago got out in front. Michigan, William and Mary here is pushing back up bit by bit in their base. So that's going to be a great race. Both those crews at about 33. Pittsburgh still in contact. And actually out on the far side, Colorado managed to keep a little contact with William and Mary. Maybe that'll pull them. But William and Mary here putting a very nice push. Blades locked into the water all the way through very nicely. Also, you can see that in the Chicago boats. Those blades just staying in. You can see right at the end, they sort of push the boat away and send it on the recovery. So those 2 crews, Chicago and William and Mary, rowing very similarly, rowing similar ratings, and just matching speed in that lineup. Both pretty efficient. William and Mary continuing to move just a little bit, but Chicago just a little bit more relaxed, actually. Really staying long, blades dropping in. You can see the difference as the blades go in. In the William and Mary boat, there's a little splash. That's extra energy. The blades going in Chicago boat very quietly, directly, and they're pushing right away. Nice soft catch, soft hands, a little more efficient. So again, it's if you have the same power, then how you apply that power is going to make all the difference. So those 2 having a great race here, Chicago and William and Mary. Colorado still sticking in there. Pittsburgh, probably bout astern with William and Mary with Colorado. Colorado maybe some contact with William and Mary. It's hard to tell. We'll see as they come through the 1,000 here. And Chicago has gotten about 2 or 3 seats up on William and Mary. Again, I think they're applying the same amount of power and pressure. They're just a little bit more efficient. And then Colorado, a couple of seats up on Pittsburgh, and then open water back to Michigan State. So here again, Chicago versus William and Mary, both crews going after it, but you can see the blades in the Chicago boat just locked into the water a little bit better. They're leveraging the boat past that point a little bit more efficiently. Doesn't mean that William and Mary's out of it. Just means they're spending a little bit more energy to be there. Pittsburgh moving up into third, couple of seats over Colorado. Again, actually pretty even. You have to match up the buoy lines here, which are pretty even. So if you end up at a race venue and they don't have these buoy lines even from side to side, you should ask them why not, because it's actually really useful for the coxswains to be able to tell where they are across these big championship courses. And of course, it helps your announcer, and that is the most important thing. So here we get Chicago. Again, sitting 3 and 4 seats up, 3 seats up maybe on William and Mary. William and Mary's not letting them go. Rowing very powerfully. Just that Chicago's getting a little bit more run every stroke. Pittsburgh trying to close in, the coxswain seeing it. Pittsburgh going up at about 36. Let's check again. 35 and a half. Meanwhile, William and Mary at about 34. So if they go now and they shift their gears a little bit, Pittsburgh might get up in there. Colorado still hanging in there. And you see William and Mary making a little move here. Pushing up, taking a seat back from Chicago. Pittsburgh bow to stern behind William and Mary. Colorado bound to stern behind Pittsburgh. And then Michigan State and Penn State trailing. So it's starting to look a little heavy in that Chicago boat. It just sort of looks like the rowers are having to struggle a little bit to get up in front. Maybe that was momentary. It's looking better here. Blades going in, pushing away. Chicago at 35. So they've come up a little bit. William and Mary still at 33. And let's see what Pittsburgh is pushing, because Pittsburgh's been trying to move on them. Pittsburgh at a 38. So if that 38 can work, it might get them in there. They definitely are going after it. We're in the red buoys. Pittsburgh now up at 40. Going for a sprint. William and Mary at 36. But Chicago is going to lead it across the line. And they will finish in first place in this petite final, 7th in the varsity 4. William and Mary 2nd, Pittsburgh 3rd, Colorado 4th. Michigan State 5th, Penn State 6th. So that was won in 8 minutes by Chicago. See how that would have stacked up, maybe, in the women's varsity 4. Lane 1 here, we have Florida. Lane 2, Northwestern. Lane 3, FIT. Lane 4, Rhode Island. Lane 5, Orange Coast. And lane 6, Ohio State. FIT out in front here. FIT, until very recently, has been a varsity program. The university announced that both men's and women's rowing would be cut from varsity status. This being an engineering school, it is overwhelmingly men in the undergraduate population. So something like 2/3 men, but their athletes were less than 60% men. The FIT alumni worked very hard to get rowing reinstated as a varsity sport, but only the men have been reinstated up back into varsity status. So the women are making a transition right now to being a club. And you can see this 4 rowing gorgeously out here, 35 out in front, staking their claim to the gold medal. Several of these programs at ACRA have had to make a transition from varsity status into the clubs. George Washington on the men's side just 2 years ago. Rutgers, more than that ago. If you're interested in the history of that, you should go to Row 2K and look for the piece by Greg Hartsoff about the founding of ACRA and the role that Rutgers played in that. I think unintentionally. But Coach Warner, Pops as he gets called, definitely great to see him bringing his crews here. Their varsity 8 on the men's side has made the grand final. It's had a great season, so awesome to see that happening and that program finding a new identity, even as it's taken a little bit of time here. So Florida Tech, FIT in the famous striped shirts. Red, I'm sure they have a different word for it, but red and gray. And they're out in front. And here we have Rhode Island. We have Orange Coast. It seems in second right now, with Rhode Island and Northwestern State in there. Good race going on between Northwestern State and Florida. 1,000 meters here at 3:43. And again, Orange Coast here in second. Northwestern State a seat over Florida and Rhode Island in third. This is a grand final, so those 3 are racing for a medal, which means it's nothing else. It's just going to really heat up FIT gorgeously easily out in front there. RI pushing very nicely. You can see nice swing in that blue boat, trying to move up into third from Northwestern State, who's pushed up bow to stern on Florida. Orange Coast still out in front in their very nice yellow Empacher 4. Little yellow boats from Germany. So a great race here going between Rhode Island and Northwestern State. We'll see if Rhode Island can get up into that other boat. FIT, just a different class of speed here, just a faster crew. And so they're continuing to move away. But again, end of the season, show everyone how good they are. 34.5. Nice hang in those outboard arms. Pushing away from the rest of the field significantly. Orange Coast still in second. And they are rowing about 34. Rhode Island still trying to push up into Northwestern State, and it's happening slowly. Florida playing around on the outside, but a length back, but they're going hard. And it looks like Rhode Island has come through Northwestern State. Seat up. So they're coming into the final stretch here. Rhode Island pretty high in their sprint already. And why wait? There's a medal on the line. Northwestern State up at a 34.5. Not sure that's going to be enough. But very relaxed, nice strong push here from Florida Tech. They will win the gold medal here rather easily in the women's varsity 4. See the blades just very comfortably locked in and pushing away. And it looks like Northwestern State is throwing a sprint here, wondering if it'll get them into Orange Coast. Will they be able to pull a silver out of this? But it seems right now like they've left Rhode Island behind. And there is FIT winning the women's varsity 4 in a time of 7:30. A good little time there. And it is going to be Orange Coast just holding off Northwestern State, who managed to get ahead of Rhode Island. So Orange Coast silver, Northwestern bronze, Rhode Island 4th, Ohio State just nipping Florida at the finish line in a great grand final. Now we're going to go to the men's varsity 4 grand finals. Florida State FIT, they're waving to other crews, thanking them for the race. These are going to be the last 4s races of the day, and then it'll just be the 8s. So this men's varsity 4, the petite final already underway. Pittsburgh in lane 1, Virginia in 2, Massachusetts in 3, Michigan State in 4, Florida in 5, and Michigan in 6. And as the drone comes around, looks like we have UMass and Michigan State leading, along with Michigan out in lane 6. Those 3 crews pretty even out in front. Florida and Virginia racing for 4th. Florida maybe a seat over Virginia, and then Pittsburgh 2 seats behind that. All 6 crews still in contact 2 minutes into this race. Let's see what we have. Michigan State rowing at 35.5. UMass next to them. Nice rhythmic rowing. 34. Let me double check that. 35. We now have Florida coming even with Michigan, and those 2 are a seat behind UMass and Michigan State. Virginia a seat behind that, even with Pittsburgh. So 6 crews all overlapped as they're coming into the 1,000. We'll see what happens in the second 1,000 here. Who's got what race plan? Michigan at a 37, pushing the rating hard. Michigan State up in front, but Michigan State moving away now from UMass. And it looks like Florida and Michigan coming up So the leaders now on lanes 4, 5, and 6. As they come through the 1,000, Michigan State. And out in lane 1 there, Pittsburgh has moved up in front of Virginia. We have Florida and Michigan in, actually Florida maybe a seat ahead of Michigan. Michigan just ahead of UMass. But when we line up the buoys and double check that, there's some movement happening here. Pittsburgh pushing up very nicely. Pittsburgh here making a nice move, coming up in front of Michigan State in the outside. Florida moving up as well, and that's dropped Michigan. Having gone out very hard and paying for that a little bit. Michigan State here very strong. A little splashy at 35.5. You can see what Pittsburgh's doing over on the other side. And Pittsburgh at about a 34, but very solid there. 3 crews right even across here. And that being Florida, UMass, and Virginia. Florida sticking themselves up there, trying to get into 3rd. Pittsburgh just putting a gorgeous move here on the outside. Sometimes, yeah, and they're at 36. Sometimes the outside sleeper really works because you can imagine that the Michigan State coxswain was looking over at Florida, looking over at Michigan, maybe feeling UMass, and here you have Pittsburgh being able to sort of sneak up on the outside. 35, very nice rowing. 5 crews there, easily visible. So Pittsburgh now up in front. I'm going to say bow to stern over Michigan State. It's been a gorgeous third 500 for them. And then you have Florida, UMass, and Virginia, all pretty even. Florida a seat up on UMass, UMass a seat up on Virginia, and they all still have contact with Michigan State as we come into the sprint. We're going to see who can go here. It is going to be Pittsburgh who's going to win up on the outside. 37.5. Gorgeous move there in the third 500 to establish themselves out in front, having raced quite pushing. But here comes Michigan State. Michigan State having a sprint. Will they catch them? Wow, that's a great race. That's an awesome race. We'll see as they line up here in the finish as they come across. Still can't see Michigan State, but they're there. That's just the engine. And it is Pittsburgh, Michigan State. UMass comes in 3rd. Florida gets in there for 4th. Virginia 5th. Michigan 6th. .653 for Pittsburgh, Michigan State 655, UMass 655.5, so less than 2/10 behind Michigan State. Florida 657. So now we'll go up to the grand final and we'll see how this goes. We have Texas in lane 1, Western Washington in lane 2, Southern Cal in lane 3, Bowdoin in lane 4, Grand Valley in 5, and Delaware in 6th. But you saw a very tight race there in the varsity 4 with Virginia coming in there 5th, Michigan 6th. And we will see how this race goes. Should be in the starting blocks by now. And here we come, the Varsity 4 Grand Final, off the blocks about 30 seconds into the race. Again, here, Texas in lane 1, Western Washington 2, Southern Cal in 3, and the Black Boat Bowdoin in 4, Grand Valley in 5, Delaware in 6. As they're about a minute in, a very nice start out of Texas. And Texas has been fast off the line most of the regatta. Come around. 4, 5, and 6, it looks like a pretty good race there with Bowdoin, Grand Valley, and Delaware. Grand Valley may be up even with Texas, but Bowdoin and Delaware not even half a seat behind. Western Washington 2 seats behind Texas, who continues to barely lead, and then Southern California still in there, but about astern with the leaders of the field. And as they're starting to set into their paces, theoretically at least, you would have the fastest 2 crews in the middle. So Southern California may just not have had the start that they want. Other crews may have gone out hard. This would be Bowdoin up leading now with Grand Valley right next to them, and Delaware and Texas in third. Bowdoin a strong history in 4s, often winning crew, winning 4 at the Dadvale. They've raced in the 4 on the men's side for many years. They're at 36. And they're continuing to move out with Grand Valley in first and second. This is for medals here again, and for the ACRA Championship. And Bowdoin just moving bit by bit, getting another seat here, another seat there. Very nice, powerful send at a 34. So they're rowing a base power strategy here. Grand Valley at 35, moving into second. Delaware hanging in there, maybe trying to get third. It looks like 4, 5, and 6 are up right now, but Texas in lane 1 actually just ahead of Delaware, but barely. So we have Texas and Delaware fighting it out for third. So again, the sort of emotional, psychological dynamic of this, very hard for, in general, Texas and Delaware to see each other, but the coxswains have just enough open space but with the other crews that they can see where the other boat is. Again, why you want all those buoys lined up, because the coxswain can look across and know. Looks like Texas is pushed into third. And what's happening over there with Southern Cal and Western Washington is that they're racing pretty hard and moving up. Let's remember that USC came in here as one of the top 2 seeds in this race, so we expect them to have some speed, and they've been closing up from that start that didn't go too well for them. So they may have something in the tank here as they move to get back into medaling position. Texas 2 seats up on them, but USC moving very nicely here, getting themselves back into some medal contention. But Bowdoin is walking away with this right now. Very nice rowing in that 4. 34.5 still. And Grand Valley in second. 35.5. Then these 3 crews here, Texas, Western Washington, Southern Cal, duking it out right now for the bronze medal. So interesting to see if Southern California had to put in a lot of energy just to get caught back up, or if they're just going to continue to have some momentum. They've managed to get their bow ball ahead now of Western Washington and Texas. the bowman looks over his shoulder saying, okay, who's next? Where's Grand Valley? Let's go after them, trying to hunt people down. But they've moved themselves back in to medal contention when perhaps they came into the day expecting that they would be racing for gold. But right now, we definitely have Bowdoin out in front and Grand Valley in second. Well, and USC has gotten themselves into third for now. See if that's cost them a lot. Western Washington still looking very good. Nice and pushing Western Washington as we come into the red buoys. We'll see who's got a sprint here. Western Washington already up at 40 and seems to have moved back ahead of Southern Cal. Bowdoin out in front. Very classy bucket hats in 2 and 4. Grand Valley even, and a great race going here. A great sprint between Western Washington and USC. Right now it looks like Western Washington able to get back. Bowdoin wins. Grand Valley second. And definitely Western Washington third for the silver, just beating out USC, who crawled their way back into the race, then Texas and Delaware. So let's take a look at the times here. Bowdoin winning in a 6:39, Grand Valley at a 6:43, Western Washington about 6:45. Southern California 6:46. That was that tight sprint. Western Washington moving a second ahead of them. Texas at 6:48. And Delaware at 6:49. Another nice race there at the back of the pack. See the Bowdoin guys giving each other nice handshake slaps. Everyone's sitting there saying hi. Great race there in that men's varsity 4 grand final, with Bowdoin taking the gold, Grand Valley the silver, Western Washington the bronze. Our next race getting off is the men's second varsity 8 petite final, and this will be Connecticut in lane 1, Rutgers in lane 2, Minnesota in lane 3, Notre Dame in the green boat in lane 4, North Carolina in lane 5, and Middlebury in lane 6. So again, we've talked a little bit about Minnesota and how they're coming back into new coach coming and putting them into some good racing space. And we have Connecticut flying a little bit out there in lane 1, and Notre Dame in lane 4. Those 3 crews up. Really Minnesota and Connecticut even. Notre Dame maybe just a seat back, a minute and a half in. Rutgers still in it. UNC about 4 seats behind Rutgers, and Middlebury about astern with UNC. See where Notre Dame is with their rating, 38. They've liked to race high all spring. 38.5. It's a pretty high base rating. See where Minnesota is at a 37, so not that far off of it. You do want to be a beat below the guys. If you're matching speed, you'd rather be a beat below them than having to be a beat above them. Very tight racing here over on the left side of the course. Again, Notre Dame and Minnesota up there. Rutgers pushing up. Connecticut having a good race. See UNC and Middlebury a little bit behind that. Notre Dame looking very pushy, trying to get out there, get in front, still at 38, and they're pushing very hard to get 2 seats now on Minnesota. Minnesota a seat over Rutgers, and Rutgers a seat over Connecticut. UNC still hanging in there, but they're next to Notre Dame, who's out in front right now by about 2 seats. Rutgers coming into second, or Rutgers and Minnesota trading bow balls, and only 2 seats back as they come into the 1,000. So we'll see how the race plans work out. Who's going to do what in this third 500? You can see Minnesota attacking. You can see Rutgers attacking. And Minnesota moving back into Notre Dame just a little bit. Notre Dame trying to put a move on here, and actually there they go. Getting a couple of seats up at 40. They're laying it out here. Question, is it too soon? But they've raced high all spring, so they're used to being up there. And they're at 39 here. 38.5. Swinging back up, take another stroke, swing back up, take another stroke. And it's getting them about 4 seats over Minnesota and Rutgers, who are still surging, trading bow balls with every stroke. Minnesota trying to put a move on. Rutgers coming hard. Rutgers very composed. 37. Taking a seat here on Minnesota. Minnesota at a 37. Everyone pushing the high ratings here in this 2V semifinal. Are they closing at all on Notre Dame? It's hard to tell. Notre Dame still up in front, also up to 38.5. Pushing along, but Rutgers making a move, or at least hanging even, just over 5 minutes in. So they're going to be in the last 500, and we'll see if Rutgers has a sprint. Some big, strong athletes there in that boat, and they're starting to move. But it is definitely going to be those 3 crews, Notre Dame, Rutgers, and Minnesota, going for 7th, 8th, and 9th overall for 2nd and 3rd here. Rutgers moving more as we come into the red buoys at the final. It doesn't look like a sprint. Got a sprint. They're only at 36. Got to pick up and go if they're going to catch Notre Dame, who's up at 41. But they're moving. Minnesota's closing. They just don't have the turnover to get up. And it's going to be Notre Dame pushing themselves across the line first here. Rutgers with a great strong row coming in second. And then Minnesota, those 3 crews all overlapped. Connecticut's going to come in 4th. UNC 5th with some overlap there. And crews laying down. Middlebury, sorry, across 6th. So Notre Dame at 6:18. Rutgers almost closing in on them, 6:19.6, so that's a 2.5 behind. Minnesota having a great race to finish 3rd at 6:21.1, then a break back to Connecticut at 6:28, UNC at 6:29, so those 2 were racing, and then finally Middlebury at 6:38. For some crews, the race is to get into their final race, and Middlebury went pretty hard yesterday to be able to get into that space. So a great race here in the petite final for the men's 2v8, JV8, sometimes called junior varsity. Some schools, in these schools will call them the J's or the JV. All sorts of ways over time and place that we referred to this second boat. Coming in here, we will have a final coming up soon in the men's second varsity 8. This is often a really, really exciting race here. Starting in about a minute, Purdue lane 1, UCLA in lane 2, Virginia in lane 3, Michigan in lane 4, and they're off, Bucknell in 5, George Washington in 6. So the second varsity 8, the JV 8, is the mark of the depth of a program, because you can have a pretty good varsity 8 if you have the right couple of guys, couple of women in that boat and do very, very well, but not have the depth in a program to be able to do that. It looks right now it's Virginia and Bucknell just slightly out in front in the starting sequence, along with GW, who started out strong yesterday, and then Michigan and UCLA. So right now, Virginia up in front, along even with Bucknell. We have UCLA in third, Michigan in fourth, but that's all within a seat of each other. George Washington still up there on the outside. Purdue, Ian Jenkins in stroke, being dropped a little bit, but they made the final. Again, if you're out in front a minute and a half in, it means you're either faster or that you've spent a little more energy than you should. So still Bucknell and Virginia up front, UCLA half a seat behind, Michigan the other half of a seat behind. Those four crews within about a seat and a half. Let's see who's where. Virginia 37 and a half. Let me double check that. Yep, 37. Bucknell 37 and a half. UCLA, resurgent program, a lot of pride in there. They were a varsity program a long time ago, and their alums from that era have come back and been very, very supportive of their program. A lot of building energy at UCLA about their program. UCLA at 39, and we now have Virginia up by a seat in the 2V, 36 and a half, along with Bucknell still pushing up there in front. Yep, Bucknell in front, Michigan moving into Bucknell, Virginia actually in front, then UCLA, Michigan, and Virginia, and Bucknell a seat behind as they come through the 1,000. We'll see who's got the move here in the third 500. Virginia looking very composed, very nice blade work, pushing along. Michigan trying to move back in, only a seat or so behind. Also very composed rowing. Michigan about a beat higher than Virginia, but Virginia's starting to move out here a little bit, 3 or 4 seats. Bucknell falling off just a little bit. Right now it's Virginia leading, Michigan and UCLA tied in second. Very nice rowing here from UVA. Michigan now putting a move, getting in front of Bucknell, closing in on Virginia as they come to the 4-minute mark. Bucknell still hanging in there very well, pushing very hard, those mighty men. Virginia just out in front by 2 seats. Is it going to be enough? Can Michigan get back in there? You know, there's a lot of respect between those two crews, but no love lost. It's very definitely a rivalry here. And Michigan's starting to go. They've closed a seat on Virginia. Bucknell still coming with them. Those three crews have gotten out in front of UCLA. I won't say dropped. UCLA is still rowing. Michigan moving up now to half a seat. So they're closing on Virginia here as they move. Virginia answering. Now they're even, those two crews. Michigan at 38. Virginia at 36. And Virginia now just a seat ahead. Not even, but they're putting a push here to get back out in front. Michigan trying to move back in. This Virginia boat has been moving very nicely, though. It's going to take a lot from Michigan to get back up in them. Doesn't mean it won't happen. Bucknell still hanging there. Got Purdue on the outside, coming and moving up into UCLA a little bit. Looks like Virginia's putting a surge on here. It's hard to tell from the camera angle if they're out in front or not. If they are, it's only a seat. And as we come up top, yes, it's Virginia by a seat with Michigan, and Michigan about 4 seats up on Bucknell. So it's going to see sprint. Virginia moving. Virginia's moving. Looks like they're going to have enough to get there and take the gold medal. Yep, Virginia, Michigan, Bucknell, UCLA, Purdue, and George Washington. A great 2V race. Virginia going just over 6 minutes, 6:04.6. They get Michigan by about 1.4 seconds. A great race from Virginia out in front and then maintaining it. Michigan working hard to push back in. Bucknell sticking in there at 6:07.4. So another 1.4 seconds behind there. Little break back to UCLA at 6:10 with Purdue pushing back up in at 6:11, half a second behind UCLA. And then GW at 16. GW saying congratulations across the water. Michigan maybe a little frustration in that boat, but a great race for them to come back. And so now we go to all of the varsity 8 finals. That's what we have left today, our varsity 8s. And one of the things that ACRA does is that all of the varsity 8s, pretty much, the E final for the men happened earlier, but the full finals here happen on the last day, and they are the last events. So we will have 3 women's finals, and then we will have the men's 4 men's finals here. So the women's varsity final, 5 crews: Wichita State, Georgia, UC Davis, Illinois, and Florida. And they're off. We'll see how this goes. They had some racing to situate them into these finals, and not surprising to see UC Davis taken off in the middle. They should be the highest seed, or the highest, it's not really a seed at this point, but you would expect them to be in front given the results further back. And Davis here at a 37.5, pushing nicely out in front, good rhythm going. Wichita State on the left, and Georgia rowing, it looks stroke to stroke. Maybe Georgia's a seat up. And those 2 crews a seat up over Illinois, and then Florida trailing. So as they shift here into this base speed and UC Davis got up, we see Georgia getting back on terms here. Remember them, Georgia not having the fastest start out of the blocks in their previous racing. but having a nice base speed. And they seem to be getting themselves back on terms, moving away from Wichita State, getting up even with Davis. Davis rowing here at check about 37 and a half, which is pretty high, but so far it's working. And if they are trained to do that and conditioned to do it, that'll work. Georgia a little lower at about a 34. So that gives a 3 beat difference, which means I'd want to be Georgia in this situation. I would want to be the crew that's 3 beats under and matching speed because I have more places that I get to go. And Georgia, in fact, is moving forward here, getting a seat or two over Davis. And meanwhile, Illinois is coming back on Davis. These 3 crews racing together in the middle. Illinois at 35. So Davis still up at 36 and a half. The blade works good, but it looks a little anxious on the recovery. It's hard to tell. That Georgia rowing is so composed. Actually, this Illinois rowing very nice and composed. And over the course of 2K, it's going to get them well. We're just about to come into the 1,000-meter mark here. And having jumped out, Davis now getting pulled back in. Again, you can rarely win a race with a start. As other crews, particularly at the college level, maybe at the junior level, a bunch of folks think that they can win with a start, but better trained crews will still be able to come back through them if they don't get spooked by the fast start. So a lot of junior coaches spending a lot of time on starting sequences so they can get out in front. But at this college level, as we're seeing, if the start is too much, then they just come back. I've said a number of times, if a crew's in front of you after the start, they're either faster than you are or they've just spent too much energy. And that's what's happening here with Davis. See if they're still maintaining that rating. They've actually come back down to earth a little bit, 35 and a half. Let me check again now that I better view here. Yep, 35 and a half. Georgia putting a gorgeous move here. Very nice rowing at 34. Just good power all the way through the water, locked in. Then Illinois on the other side. No longer there, but Bill Greer, Michigan guy, was their coach for a while. I'm sure he's watching. Hi, Bill. And Illinois has been working hard to rebuild a program, as have all these crews after COVID. So nice to see this varsity 8 pushing well here, 34 and a half from Illinois. Still staying in contact with Georgia. And those two both having moved away a little bit from UC Davis. .34 in Georgia, very strong. Here's the Illinois boat. They're going to be 35 and a half or so. Yep, 35 and a half. A little anxious on the recovery in the middle of the boat. Sort of wish that those bigger, stronger women would leave their legs down, and they're getting up nicely. Just a breath in it would make the boat run. Georgia here. Still at 34, but clearly they have some strength in that boat and able to move down the course coming into the red buoys, last 250 meters. Georgia now up to 34 and a half. Last race of the day for some of them. last race of the season. For some of them, maybe last race of their college careers. Georgia's still 34.5. They've been at this 34, 34.5 all the way down the course. No need to change it now. Oh, there goes the sprint, 35.5. Can I get 36? Oh, 37. Nice. And back to 34. Meanwhile, Illinois, so Georgia comes across. Illinois with a nice race. Second, UC Davis after putting out a very fast start. Third, Wichita State going to come across in fourth. That'll give us Florida. So Georgia in 7-11, Illinois 7-17, and there we are, Florida coming across the line. Illinois in a 7-17, UC Davis 7-21, Wichita State 7-29, and Florida at 7-49. That's the C final, the third level final. And the referee holds up her white flag saying everything is going, but we're going to move straight here to the second final, the petite final of the women's varsity 8. In lane 1, Grand Valley, lane 2, Colorado, lane 3, Purdue. Oh, and they're stopped. They're pulling back. That was Colorado stopping, and then they stopped the whole race. You have the first 100 meters for breakage, a breakage zone. That really came back from the days when we had wooden boats and when we had handmade rigging and seats that were individually hand carved, and things really could break. But we still retain it because there's a lot of force and pressure that gets put onto the equipment in the start. So the rule is that if you break something in the first 100 meters, you can stop, put your hand up, and the referees will stop the race, which they did there. Crew's now backing up to the starting, which they would spin and row back. I know it's only 100 meters or so. So you can see that yellow buoy to the left. I'm thinking that's up at the top there. I think that marks the breakage zone. It may mark the 250 though. But there's 100 meters in which you can stop rowing. Now you have to, then the referee's going to come over and say, okay, what was it? You got to have a pretty good answer. So they'll reset. They'll check with the crew that stopped. If they have a good reason to have stopped, that's fine. If the judge disagrees with the reason, they would be offered a caution or a false start. And if they get a caution, if there are 2 cautions, they're excluded. So if they were out of the traffic pattern going up to the start, if they swore, if they had some bodily functions go over the boat, all things that are against the rules, and a referee had seen it, then they would already have a caution, but it doesn't look like anyone does necessarily. So they'll get reattached, have a chance to breathe out a little bit. One of the things you can't see on the webcast, but they have some award stocks here at the end of the launching lagoon, and so the 3 crews that medal come in, and makes it very easy for them to see each other, get their medals. Coaches from Bucknell and Michigan congratulating the Virginia 2V that just won. The crews having congratulate each other. It's a really nice space. The other thing that happens still in rowing here is that we bet shirts. It's actually a requirement of the regatta. So you have the betting shirts maybe coming out as well. So a really nice space there for the crews to see each other, congratulate each other, and be recognized by parents and fans. Looks like we have this B final back onto the start. The referees will move them along pretty quickly now. Just they're sculling their boats around to get pointed. Again, let's remind ourselves we have Grand Valley in lane 1, Colorado in lane 2. They're the crew that stopped. Purdue in lane 3, Irvine in 4, Virginia Tech in 5, and Central Florida in 6. So no idea what that was for. Could have been an oar lock popping open. So just because there's all of this force and power that gets put very quickly into the boat, we have that breakage rule, stoppage rule in the first 100 meters. If you go beyond that 100 meters, you, under the rules, have, quote, accepted the start, unquote. And if you accept the start, you cannot later protest anything in that first 100 meters. So if there were some clashing, you actually just have to stop and then say, hey, we were impeded or they were getting in our way. If a crew's not pointed well, here all 6 are pointed quite nicely. I've taught my coxswains to sit, which is very hard to do. So you used to be able to have hands get recognized. The coxswain could put their hand up and the referee would recognize that and stop the countdown or stop the start. And here they go, but they no longer recognize hands. So if you feel that a crew is pointing at you in a way that's not going to be good, you tell your crew to sit. And it's quite a challenge to do. I had a crew do it on this water once, and another college coach was rather upset with me. And I said, look at where your crew is. And they come into our lane. I said, I have my we're not gonna ruin something. So then they relined it and we just blew them away off the line. I don't think that coach was very happy. Somehow it seemed, but here we have a good start off. And a good call by Colorado because they're out in front. So whatever was happening in their boat, they've gotten in control of. And we have Colorado with Purdue up in front. You see Irvine and Grand Valley a seat behind them. Maybe Purdue's gotten a seat up. And then Virginia Tech and Central Florida next to each other, racing for 5th. This is the petite final, the small final, the B final. So these women are racing for lanes 7 through 12. And as we get into it, we have Purdue sticking their nose out front. They are rowing 38, so pretty good pace there in women's rowing. You see Irvine has gotten back on terms a little bit with Colorado. Back on terms is very definitely a British rowing announcing. They're at 35. I have some friends who think it's not a regatta till someone with an accent is calling from the race, either British or Australian, one or the other, and then it's a regatta. So here we are at a regatta, that all having happened. We could add some French in if we would like. It's rowing. Here we go. So Purdue up front. Great race going here with Colorado and Irvine. Purdue at 37. Check that again. 34. Had a quick finger there. And Colorado staying up with them. Actually, Colorado, I'm sorry, that would be Irvine staying up with them. Meanwhile, Grand Valley coming up and moving a seat up on Colorado. Irvine here, very nice rowing, very nice rhythm. 34. Grand Valley at 37. And that's moving them up ahead of Colorado just a little bit. Irvine pushing up on Purdue. But as we come into the 1,000-meter here, those four boats still in contact all across. Purdue, seat over Irvine, 2 seats over Grand Valley, who's a seat over Colorado. And then we have Virginia Tech and Central Florida about 4 or 5 seats behind the crews on the other side. Still some contact between Virginia Tech and Colorado, but barely. Purdue pushing up here. Ratings come up a little bit. They're at 36, 36 and a half, and they're taking a seat or two on UC Irvine. Irvine hanging in there. But I tell you, this race with Colorado and Grand Valley is keeping them in it, because if nothing else, they have each other next there, and they're going to try and be third, and that's keeping them in contact for second. Let's see what anyone can do in the third 500. Truism, but whoever wins the third 500 tends to win the race. Just means that in your base, in your real deep base, you have better boat speed than the people that you're racing against. And you can see Purdue starting to go after it, 36 and a half, trying to get a seat over Irvine. Those two crews pretty even. Irvine here, yellow blades, very nice, also at a 37. Very disciplined, no one looking over. The coxswain is. The coxswain is upright and definitely braced into the boat. None of those coxswains are getting flailed around at all. Oh, Irvine maybe a quarter of a seat up on Purdue, just slightly winning the battle of the bow ball press. But here comes Purdue. This is going to be a great race. So if you're here watching the regatta, listening on Here Now, but you're not looking at the water, you might want to get to the water, because this is going to be a lot of fun. Colorado now having pushed up over Grand Valley, they'll probably be taking third. Virginia Tech a few seats over Central Florida. And it's Purdue eking out a few seats over UC Irvine. Purdue now coming into the red buoys, 250 to go, starting a sprint. They're up at 39. Saw the boat walking around earlier. There's some tall, strong women in that boat. And you can see it coming in for the sprint, up at 38. Colorado pushing. I don't think they're catching UC Irvine, but they're getting close. We'll see at the finish line. Still Irvine up, but Colorado closing in on them. Overlap there. You can tell there's overlap with Irvine and with Purdue. Purdue's going to come across the line. Irvine second. Colorado third, Grand Valley fourth, then Virginia Tech, and Central Florida. Pretty nice tight race there in some ways on the 2V level. See some times now. Purdue 7:01, Irvine 7:03, Colorado 7:06. Crews handshakes back down, talking to each other in the boat. This having been their last row of the year. Grand Valley in fourth, 7:09, Virginia Tech 7:11, Central Florida 7:13. So spread out, but here they go. And since there was that false start, the referees have gotten the next race right back in. And this is the grand final of the women's varsity 8, going for a national championship. Vermont in lane 1, Santa Barbara in lane 2, Bowdoin in lane 3, Vanderbilt in lane 4, Middlebury in lane 5, and Northwestern in lane 6. About a minute and a half in, and early on, we have Santa Barbara out there. Looks like they're still in a starting sequence. Now just lengthening out. They're still up at about 40 though. And now shifted to 35. So we have Santa Barbara, Bowdoin in second, Middlebury in third, Vanderbilt and Northwestern tied for fourth, 2 seats behind that, and Vermont another 2 seats back. Bowdoin here has looked very good the entire regatta. Vanderbilt has had a great season, been dealing with a little bit of injury recently, so that may have affected their ability to start, but I think down in their base speed, they've been going pretty well. And we do have Bowdoin moving out into front at about 36. There are a seat or two up on Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara, those bright yellow blades with the blue tips, and Santa Barbara here at 35. Santa Barbara putting a move into Bowdoin to cruise. Absolutely racing hard. A history of winning the women's 8 at Santa Barbara. Bowdoin, this is new to them, but they're starting to push up. Very tight race with the top 5. You can see Santa Barbara, Bowdoin, Vanderbilt, Middlebury, Northwestern all in contact. And Bowdoin pushing up. Meanwhile, this race far side, Vanderbilt, Middlebury, and Northwestern is getting those crews back in contention. Middlebury leading that up a little bit as they come through the 1,000 and about 3:30. We'll see now who's got a third 500. We have Vanderbilt moving back up into contention a little bit more. They were further back, so they're moving. They're closing on crews, so it's good to have some momentum. Bowdoin here moving out. Vanderbilt going with them, maybe getting back up into UCSB. And Middlebury trying to hang with Vanderbilt successfully so far. This third 500 right here is where if a crew's going to do it, they've got to get there. And you can see Vanderbilt coming back through. They're coming into second now. Almost, not quite. They're getting up there on UCSB. Santa Barbara rowing long and strong at 34. Vanderbilt higher. See where they are. 39 or 40. So they're putting a move here. This is going for a national championship, and they are trying to hunt down Bowdoin, and they're moving on Bowdoin now. So we'll see what happens from Vanderbilt. Their coach, also a former Michigan rower, and these Michigan second thousands can be deadly. They're moving on it. They're going to lay out everything they have. UCSB still hanging in there, but it's Bowdoin up front Vanderbilt in second, UC Santa Barbara in third, Middlebury and Northwestern racing there for fourth. Bowdoin now answering Vanderbilt's move. But Vanderbilt continuing to press. Up at 40. Bowdoin responding to that. Those two crews now in the base in places for gold and silver. UCSB still hanging in bronze on the far side, but a great race going between Middlebury and Northwestern, which is going to maybe push them back up. Vanderbilt continuing to push here on Bowdoin. The question is going to be if they have enough water to get back in. Bowdoin looking very nice and composed and long. Vanderbilt up at 40, pushing, trying to get a gold medal. Bowdoin staying out in front of them right now. UCSB in third. Bowdoin up at 37, higher than they were, 37.5, and that seems to be working. I think they're going to get in front, but Vanderbilt having put a heck of a sprint back in the whole last 600 or 700 meters to try and get up there, but Bowdoin lengthening out, pushing back out bow astern here on Vanderbilt, and UCSB trying to dig back in and get in there for third. And there it is. Bowdoin comes across the line first, gold medal. Vanderbilt, silver. UC Santa Barbara, bronze, followed by Middlebury and Northwestern, and Vermont, they're back. So this makes Bowdoin your ACRA national champion in the women's varsity 8, fastest event on the women's side. So the fastest 8 women at the regatta. Really nicely rowed by Bowdoin, 6:56. Vanderbilt also coming under 7 minutes at 6:59. Santa Barbara just over that, 7:01. Middlebury, 7:03. Northwestern, 7:04. Then Vermont at a 7:14. So a really great race there. Vanderbilt, just you wonder if they'd been able to get off slightly better off the start, if that would have worked for them. But they managed to really dig down and push back in. Nonetheless, congratulations to Bowdoin, ACRA champions. So what we have here now is the D final of the men's varsity 8. We'll have 4 men's varsity 8s leading to the A final at about 1 o'clock, maybe a little bit later with that change in the schedule because of the false start or the called start that was called back. So here we have lane 1, Central Florida, lane 2, Connecticut, lane 3, UNC, who you see out in front of lane 4, Bowdoin, lane 5, Illinois, and lane 6, Washington. So very nice rowing here by Bowdoin in second place. Very clean blade work at 34, but it's North Carolina that is moving away seat by seat at about a 35.5. Illinois in third. Looks like Connecticut in fourth. Perhaps Central Florida in fifth or Wash U in fifth. Hard to tell right now. But UNC moving bit by bit up on Bowdoin. Those two boats still in contact, open water a little bit. Back to Illinois. This UNC boat, blade work very nice, power application very good at about a 36. Bowdoin a little bit lower than that. Let me check again. Oh, also 36. The UNC just pushing up. Almost trying to get the coxswain sitting on the bow ball. I'm sure the coxswain is asking for some open water on Bowdoin. And Bowdoin at a 35 right now, staying stuck in there, not quite letting North Carolina go. Carolina at 34.5, 35. When we get up into the B and C finals, that's not how these will finish. UNC first, Bowdoin second. Illinois getting themselves back into Bowdoin to finish third. And very, very close race there. Central Florida over Connecticut, fourth and fifth, and then Wash U sixth. So we have UNC at 613, Bowdoin at 616. Crews coming across, last race of the year. Illinois at 619. Central Florida at 622. Central Florida just barely over Connecticut, I believe. Yep, 622.9, so that was 0.3. And then Wash U. Crews waving to each other on the water. Maybe laid down a little bit, but sitting back up. You can still see the 6 men in that UNC boat holding his head a little bit. And the C final is off here. Vanderbilt in lane 1, Santa Barbara lane 2, Irvine in 3, Middlebury in 4, Boston College 5, and UC Davis in 6. Looks like the right side of the course is getting off pretty well there. So Middlebury up front, maybe Irvine in second, then Vanderbilt, BC even, maybe Vanderbilt up a little bit on BC even with Santa Barbara, and those guys another seat up on Davis. So these C and B finals have a history of being exceptionally tight. A lot of crews able to produce the same basic speed. And then you get them all together and sort them out, and it's a great day for racing. So you have Middlebury here, very nice and rhythmic. They are rowing at, I have to check it again, about 36.5, 36. And they are a seat up on Irvine. Irvine, there are 2 seats up on Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, 4 seats up on Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara, a seat up on BC, who's 2 seats up on UC Davis. So UC Davis is in 6th, but there's still overlap just barely with Middlebury out in front. Looks like Vanderbilt is putting a charge here on the outside, and they're moving up into Irvine, pulling even. Vanderbilt at 39 here, really going after it. So that's pulling them back into Middlebury. Coxon may not be able to see that happening because there are 2 boats between her and Vanderbilt or him. Coxons can be of any gender. No gender in coxing is the current way that it is mostly expressed. And we have Irvine at 37. I'm sorry, Middlebury at 37. Irvine moving back up into them, maybe a seat behind. And with them is coming Vanderbilt, only 2 seats behind that. Now, Vanderbilt is, they go through the 1,000. Those 3 crews within 2 seats of each other. Santa Barbara a little back. See what happens in the third 500. Boston College up in front of Santa Barbara now. Santa Barbara and Davis fairly even. A really good race happening here with Middlebury and Irvine. And on the outside, Vanderbilt just sort of hanging in there. They have a good push here in this third 500. Vanderbilt up at check 38 or 39, really pushing, but Middlebury getting in front. But Vanderbilt coming through Irvine now. So Irvine's sitting there rowing. Got a good rating here. Also at 40. People are winding up here. Vanderbilt continue to come up on the outside. Middlebury still up, but Vandy pushing there. And now we have Irvine up over Middlebury. Irvine going. Irvine Coxon can definitely see Vanderbilt, and they're within half a seat of each other as they come into the finish. And it's going to be Irvine, Vanderbilt, Middlebury, BC, Davis, and then finally Santa Barbara. Was up there early, but just looked like they spent a little bit too much up there. So really great tight race there. As we said, these C and B finals tend to be very tight. Irvine 6:08.2, Vanderbilt 6:08.7, Middlebury 6:10.1, having led most of the way. Boston College 6:10.9, closing down, almost getting into third there. After that, it's going to be UC Davis at 6:11.9. So all five leading crews in 2.5 seconds, which is overlapping. And then UC Santa Barbara at 6:17. So really good C final. It's only going to get tighter as we move up to the start for the B final. You can see in the inset there. A lot of these guys raced pretty hard yesterday trying to make the A final to go after winning a national championship. We have Orange Coast in 1, Bucknell in 2, Washington State in 3, Minnesota in 4, Purdue in 5, and Rhode Island in 6. So California crew, Pennsylvania crew, Pacific Northwest crew, 2 Midwest crews, and an East Coast crew. Again, this is a large regatta. It was great to see 31 crews in the men's varsity 8. Really deep event. Doesn't happen in a lot of regattas anymore. And these guys are off racing for places 7 through 12. Minnesota and Bucknell up early with Purdue also in a good start. And they're only 30 seconds in, so they're still in their opening sprint. And folks can do all sorts of different things. Well-coached crews tend to do this more efficiently. It's not just about how high you can get the rating. Minnesota at 43, which actually is not necessarily all that high, but they're moving pretty well. And now crews are shifting down into their base. Bucknell leader right now by a seat or 2 over Minnesota. Bucknell clearly hitting their training well here. And they are going to keep pushing. They're one of these crews that'll push a little high. They're not in a full sprint, but they will push till they get where they want to get and then lengthen. Still at 38. Minnesota, though, keeping pace with them. Also at a 38. That's just where crews race these days. Behind them, Purdue in lane 5. Purdue at 36.5. And over in lane 1, Orange Coast. Orange Coast at a 36. So Bucknell still pushing to get out there. So they're in the middle of the second 500. Definitely going after it, wanting to show that they're, even though they're from a small school, they are indeed mighty men who will push the whole way. Doesn't mean other people aren't also mighty. Very nice rowing here from Minnesota. Very well coached. Doesn't yet have the amazing athletes that you can find on that campus. Back in the day, Minnesota put several guys onto the national team and as Olympians, just having walked out. There's also a Minnesota crew that came and did very well at the ACRA. They used to let the club varsity-eights race in the second varsity-eight, and then Minnesota did, a little bit too well one year, and that was that. So we have Bucknell through the 1,000 in just under 3 minutes. Still 5 crews overlapping here. Bucknell out in front, Minnesota in second, 2 seats back or so. Got Washington State between them in third, and then Purdue sitting about 3 seats below Washington State. Washington State has moved up nicely, has a good move going. You can still see, though, Bucknell really sort of turning the boat around and turning the boat around and turning a boat around nice and high. Trained to do this, they're at 38.5. They really are using rating as the way that they're going to get this. Meanwhile, we have Minnesota a little lower, 36 or so. And then Washington State coming through. Those 3 now separating themselves to go after the top 3. Washington State at a 36. So right now, Bucknell doing this, going to be 7th. They're doing it with some rating. But Minnesota just so composed, staying right there. So the question is going to be, does Minnesota have another gear as we come into this final 500? Bucknell going pace to be under 6 minutes. The water here is about 12 or 15 seconds slower than flat. So this would put Bucknell at high 640s, low 550s. And it's coming. Here comes Washington State putting a move on, moving past Minnesota. Great race going here. Crews charging to the finish line, these 3. Probably about 30 seconds left or so. Coxes like to say you can do anything for 30 seconds, but these guys are in pain. You just don't see it as they're going. Bucknell having a great race here up at 40, taking a few seats. That Washington State move having been effective, moving them into second. Minnesota, I think, in third. Orange Coast hanging around there out in lane 1. And here comes Bucknell. And Bucknell is going to win over Washington State, over Minnesota. Orange Coast 4th, and URI nipping Purdue. Good race from Bucknell. 6:02, just over 6 minutes. Washington State 6:03. Little bit of a headwind out there today. 6:04 from Minnesota. Orange Coast comes in at 6:07. So those first 3 in 2 seconds apart from each other. Rhode Island at 6:09. Finally, Purdue at a 6:10. So great racing there in the 2V final. You can see in the inset, we're coming into the last race of the day. Always exciting. The depth on this men's side is intensely good. Virginia in 1, Michigan in 2 with the yellow deck there, UCLA in 3, George Washington, the defending champ, in 4. Notre Dame been very fast all year in 5, and Rutgers in those red shirts in 6. Great to see them making a grand final here. So if things go as they've gone, as people race the way they have, George Washington and UCLA both get out pretty fast. Virginia has a pretty fast start. Notre Dame has a pretty fast start. And then Notre Dame just stays high. Again, they like to race at 38.5, 39. So we'll see how that goes. George Washington has a very solid settle, and there the boats go. Crews doing what they need to do to get themselves in position. This first part of the race is all about positioning. As they come up, 6 boats even across at 30 seconds in. Maybe Michigan with a bow ball over UCLA. George Washington right there, Notre Dame right there, Rutgers 2 seats back, Virginia maybe a seat back. But here we are a minute in and they're still all within 2 seats. Virginia laying out some, Michigan, sorry, laying out a little bit. UCLA very definitely wanting to go after this and laying down. They're still up at 39. Virginia 2V came back. Those 3 crews, Virginia, Michigan, and UCLA, if I remember correctly, were in the hunt in the 2V. And here they are again. George Washington also pushing up, very solid base. GW here, 38.5. But right now it's UCLA getting out in front and Virginia. And the other 3 crews, Michigan, GW, Notre Dame, all hanging in there. In the second 500, UCLA moving up. They're at a 40 already. 39. Michigan, Virginia in the outside lane, pushing very hard and high, also up at a 40. GW coming through. GW and Notre Dame hanging out there. Michigan now fallen 4 seats back behind the leading UCLA. So 5 crews there, and then Rutgers still in it as we see the wider shot. But coming into the 1,000 soon, again, we've got UCLA up in first, Virginia and George Washington even in second. Michigan up on Notre Dame now. Michigan in fourth and trying to close here on GW. Those 2 have raced each other very hard a number of times this year. Saw each other in the heat. But Virginia, who was 3rd in their heat, putting a huge move up here to try and move back up into UCLA. UCLA at 37.5. But a lot of extra energy on those blades. We'll see if that comes back at them. George Washington there trying to put a move to come back in. Right now, UCLA just moving out. They felt for a while like they had a good crew. The other 5 crews all within a couple of seats. George Washington maybe 2 seats up on Michigan and Virginia. and that is giving Notre Dame something to hang on to. Virginia, a seat or two up on Michigan, who's currently in 5th, but all these crews overlapped. And this third 500, we'll see who can do what. Right now, though, UCLA getting a length. This often happens with the crew that wins here. They get a length here in this third 500 and they can just relax. GW trying to dig in and go after them. Very nice blade work, very efficient rowing from GW at 36. Michigan and Virginia in a race there. They haven't moved on each other. Notre Dame still up in it, 2 or 3 seats over them with 500 meters to go. Now we'll see. It looks like it's going to be UCLA winning and GW second. Perhaps Notre Dame can hang on here. Yeah, they've gotten some seats. Michigan coming through Virginia, but will Michigan have enough room to get into the medals up on Notre Dame? I'm not sure. Gorgeous rowing here from UCLA. Lots of power in that boat. 37.5. GW 6 seats back. Notre Dame still on top of Michigan by about 4 seats. Michigan now coming through Virginia. So we'll see if Michigan can get up into that 3rd place, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be UCLA with a gorgeous wire-to-wire win here. George Washington fighting back. UCLA up here at 41. Just gorgeous rowing, pushing 38, 39. Looks like they'll win. GW is going to be overlapped, but probably not catch them. And it looks very much like Notre Dame is going to hold on and get 3rd. With Michigan coming right up behind them, but just not quite enough. Michigan in 4th, Virginia in 5th, Rutgers in 6th. What a great race there. UCLA 5:53. Very nice time for the day. George Washington 5:54.5, 2.5 back. The Notre Dame at 5:56. Michigan probably about 5:58. Yep, 5:58.4. Virginia 5:58 or low 5:59. 5:59.5. And then finally Rutgers just over 6 minutes. Fastest times of the day, best racing of the day. Congratulations, UCLA. Rutgers there to 6:02. Congratulations to UCLA winning the varsity men's 8 stroke with his hands up in the air. There's a lot of emotional energy that goes in this preparation. Virginia congratulating UCLA. Again, UCLA arms up. 5:53 to win the day. So thank you for joining us all at the ACRA Championships. UCLA crew, a lot of them lying down in the boat. They definitely laid out a race there. So UCLA gold, George Washington silver, Notre Dame bronze, and the others will go back and train another year, come back and see what they can do. Very, very good racing here, all 6 programs. Thank you for joining us at the ACRA racing. If you are a club crew, if you're a member of a club crew that's been watching this, one of the best regattas going in college racing, a lot of fun, a lot of camaraderie. Tell your coach to come on over to ACRA next year and join this. A lot of good racing. Race the 8, it's the best way to do it. And thank you, everybody. Results at herenow.com, who have also been bringing you this spectacular racing footage. And they've been doing all the progression work and results work as well. So thank you from Oak Ridge, Tennessee. and to all the local folks who made this regatta so strong. Congratulations to UCLA for winning the men's varsity 8, and to, whoops, I'm looking the wrong way in my results, and to Bowdoin for winning the women's varsity 8, the champions of this regatta. Have a good day, enjoy your weekend, and the rest of us, we will rest a while. Have a good day.